Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51. War begins. Time passed slowly, but also quickly. With the actions of the Ziksha army outside the city, the uneasy atmosphere in the city became more and more dignified. After one night, no one in the Weezhou city with more than 90,000 people could sleep peacefully. Nervous. The whole city had only this one emotion. In the east of the city, Li Su and others were here. Everyone was silent. There were meals on the table, but no one opened their mouths. Even the lively Zhu Nci was nervous at this moment and couldn't say a word. Alas. Among the crowd, Li Su sighed, reached out to pick up the steamed bun, and ate it by himself without looking at their nervous expressions. Maybe he had experienced a life and death battle. Maybe he was originally in a very good state of mind. Maybe the Vajra body protection divine art has made great progress in the past few days, and it feels like the second level is almost full. The true key has also grown greatly, and it has grown by a full third. Anyway, after being nervous for a while, he was not nervous anymore. People can't be suffocated to death by urine, right? Although it is said that, if you die in the fragments of the world, you will really die, but now it doesn't look like a 100% certain death situation. Although I'm still young, I have mastered the true key of Arhat, and I have also practiced the indestructible magic of Vajra to the second level. I have also taken the Great Huandan. The survival rate is many times higher than that of the soldiers and civilians in Weezhou. Instead of scaring myself here, it is better to go all out. Thinking of this, Li Su ate very vigorously. Once the war starts, although they are different from the soldiers and civilians of Weezhou City and have to face the Ziksha soldiers directly, they also have to guard against the actions of the Ziksha Yipintang. At that time, they are hungry, but they have no time to eat. Even if they have true ki, fatigue resistance, and hunger are far superior to ordinary people. Under high tension, the consumption is still very large. Looking at Zhuan Khan eating big mouthfuls of food, Monk Xianming was stunned. Then he smiled and stretched out his hand. When he decided to come here, he was already prepared, wasn't he? Why is his mentality not as strong as that of the disciples? Although he is a monk, a real man will die. Why do he act like a girl? There are heroes in Shaolin Temple too. Watching the two people's actions, Wang Jiantong and others also reacted quickly. With a touch of shame on his face, Wang Jiantong took a deep breath, reached out and grabbed the steamed bun, and ate it in big mouthfuls. At the same time, he picked up the wine jar beside him, and took a big sip. Wang Jiantong, a well-known second-rate master in the world, has experienced battles, not just a few times, but dozens of times. This is a war, the Songzai War, and he is not facing such a huge army alone. Didn't he swear that he would never let the incident that happened more than 10 days ago happen again? Looking at Zhuan Kang, Wang Jiantong suddenly smiled, and his nervousness disappeared. This time, I will fight with you in Ziksha. Zujing, the bluebird, said nothing at this moment. She didn't eat anything, and still sat quietly, with sharp light flashing in her half-closed eyes. Zuancheng, Zuanzi and others were stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath, and suppressed their panic. Before coming, it was extremely urgent. After that, they were afraid to move forward. What is this? What is this? There were not many people present, and they were undoubtedly the elites of various sects and the future pillars of the martial arts world. They were too young, and the atmosphere was exaggerated, so they were affected. After waking up, they immediately got rid of the tension. People in this era have simple thoughts, unlike modern society, who would think so much. It is exaggerated to say that one will never regret even if he dies, but there is no shortage of blood and courage in the martial arts world. Dung. 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 Woo. 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 The thrilling drum sounded, and the soul-catching horn sounded. Zaya. 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 Kill. 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 Violate my rivers and mountains. Kill my compatriots. Fight. 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 The roar pierced the clouds, and whistled to the sky. The Songzai War has begun. Go. Monk Xianming shouted in a low voice, and everyone immediately stood up and followed closely. The sound, the west and south of the city. Wang Jiantong, you are the most experienced among the people present. You take them to the south of the city, and you decide what to do after you get there. After coming out and confirming the sound, Monk Xianming shouted directly. Yes. Wang Jiantong responded loudly. Monk Xianming jumped up and flew directly to the north of the city. Wang Jiantong turned around and said, everyone, during the war, I won't be polite with you. Come with me to the south of the city. Immediately, Wang Jiantong took the lead and ran straight to the south of the city. The horn, the killing shout, the louder the sound, the more you go. The killing intent, as if it were real, roared from the direction of advance. At this moment, no one stopped, and no one stopped. Because countless Song soldiers and civilians were rushing towards the city wall one after another. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Although the clothes were on, Wang Jiantong and his party went straight to the top of the city without any obstacles, and entered the arrow defense pavilion on the inner wall. Even though they were prepared in their hearts, when they saw the dark army, they still couldn't help but take a breath, clenched their fists, and their faces turned slightly pale. With so many people, even just looking at them can make people feel extremely nervous, let alone approaching. Boom. 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 Getting closer and closer. Finally, with the sound of a horn, the slowly advancing Zixa soldiers began to charge. Crossbows ready. On the Song side, the 8 crossbow carts on the south side of the city immediately began to adjust their directions and aimed at the Zixa soldiers rushing over. Crossbows, fire. Bang, bang, bang. The huge crossbow arrows, with a shrill sound, pierced through the clouds and flew towards the enemy formation. Bang. With a loud bang, more than 1,000 meters away, dozens of Zixa soldiers were directly pierced by the huge arrows and their bodies were shattered. His eyes shrank slightly, and even Lisa couldn't help but take a breath. There was no doubt that the power of this crossbow arrow was very terrible, and one arrow might take his life. Load the arrows. Fire. Load the arrows. Fire. The crossbow carts on the city wall emitted an extremely powerful force. At a distance of more than 1,000 meters, although it was only reloaded 3 times, it shot and killed hundreds of Zixa soldiers. Archers, prepare to shoot. When the Zixa soldiers rushed to more than 200 meters away, the crossbow carts continued to stir, and at the same time the battle flags were waved, and the archers on the city wall began to draw their bows. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Arrows rained down, covering the sky. Accompanied by loud shouts and waving battle flags, thousands of arrows flew down and landed straight in the Zixa army. Screams and waving resounded through the sky. Second echelon, first, second, and third rows, draw your bows. The battle flag was raised again, and this time it was not on the tower, but the archers under the tower began to draw their bows. Shoot. In just less than 10 minutes, more than 1,000 Zixa soldiers had been killed before they reached the top of the city. With a strange sound, a rain of arrows flew up from under the city wall and shot towards the top of the city wall. Be careful to hide. The battle flag waved, and the shield bearers next to the archers on the city wall raised their shields to hide the archers underneath. Boom. 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 The rain of arrows fell down in a series of sounds, dense and dense. Prepare for falling rocks. Prepare for boiling oil. With the orders coming down one after another, the most tragic siege began. After a full 20 minutes, with ladders appearing on the city wall, the battle flag waved again. Attention. Ready, close combat. Archers in the second and third rows go down the city, one row retreats, and swordsmen line up on the city wall. Everyone draw your swords. Clang. Chapter 50 to can't move. Roar. A Zixa soldier rushed up. His face was full of ferocity. Without any fear, he jumped up and pounced directly. Similarly, the soldiers guarding the city wall also raised their weapons and chopped at each other. Clang. This is the sound of swords colliding. Swish. Swish. This is the sound of knives cutting into the body. Blood splattered. Ding. The killing, the extremely tragic killing began. The rolling clouds and the whistling wind were like knives scraping bones at this moment, chilling the heart. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su looked at the heads that kept appearing under the shaking ladder without blinking. One after another, Zixa people, with ferocious and fierce faces, rushed up. Similarly, facing this extremely fierce attack, the Song dynasty did not show cowardice. Teams of soldiers rushed up, alternating with their comrades, constantly replenishing the formation. It was like two huge meat grinders, with people holding knives, madly grinding others and themselves into minced meat. Bows and arrows, release. Team 7, go. Team 8, get ready. Meticulous and orderly, the Song dynasty showed amazing defensive capabilities. Facing the extremely fierce Xixia soldiers, they kept counter-attacking. Equipment ready. After the falling rocks were thrown, and the boiling oil was poured. With the waving battle flags, the Song people who had already organized themselves shouted, hugged the rocks, pushed the boiling oil, and rushed to the top of the wall. The soldiers formed to rows, to protect them in the middle. Seeing this, the Xixia soldiers also rushed forward frantically. Kill, kill, kill. Some succeeded, and some failed. Throw the bodies. The bodies gradually increased, and the battle flags were waved again. The enemies, teammates, and anyone who died, were all used as weapons, and thrown down at this moment. There is no cruelest, only more cruel. Screams rang out, and it was a formation guarding the people that was pierced. The Xixia soldiers rushed in with ferocious faces, and slashed at the civilians who had basically no defense. At the same time, they broke the formation, and slashed directly at the Song soldiers on the other side. Even though they knew there was a knife behind them, the Song soldiers who were resisting the Xixia soldiers in front of them did not hide, did not retreat, and did not look back. They let the blades behind them pass through their bodies and desperately attacked the people in front. Roars rang out, and more Song soldiers rushed up quickly, to fill the formation that was penetrated. The civilians in the middle screamed, and threw stones in their hands at the Xixia soldiers mixed in. They pushed the other side with their bodies, until they reached the edge of the city wall, and overturned them with force. The Xixia soldiers were extremely cruel. They didn't care if they fell down. They grabbed a civilian with one hand, and pulled them together frantically, pulling them out of the city wall, and falling down together. Death is so easy at this moment. Life is so fragile at this moment. In the pavilion, watching these scenes, Zhu and Cheng and others almost gnashed their silver teeth, and their fingernails pierced deeply into their palms. Damn it, Xixia bastards, you fucking deserve to die. It was unbearable, and there was no way to bear it. Zhu and Ci screamed wildly, his eyes were red, and with a move of his true energy, he was ready to rush down the arrow pavilion, rush into the city road, and kill the extremely cruel Xixia soldiers one by one. Don't move. At this moment, Wang Jiantong, who had always been gentle and elegant, shouted with bloodshot eyes, and directly held down the mad Zhu and Ci, and at the same time, looked at Zhu and Cheng and others who were also unable to bear it. Stand still. No one is allowed to move. Wang Jiantong, you dog thief, get out of here. If you are afraid of death, I want to go over there. Zhu and Ci was already crazy, looking at the people who were hacked to death and the soldiers who were pulled down from the city wall. The deepest memories in his mind were awakened little by little, and the killing intent covered everything. Without any hesitation, Wang Jiantong raised his hand and slapped Zhuanxi hard on the face. With a snap, Zhuanxi stepped back 2 steps, half of his face was swollen, and blood was flowing out. No one is allowed to move. Listen carefully, I'm the commander. Wang Jiantong's eyes were also bloodshot, his face was full of rage, and murderous intent was surging. He grabbed Zhuanxi tightly, and looked at Zhuan Cheng and others. I know you are angry, and I'm angry too. Perhaps, if we go up now, it will have a huge effect, and kill many Xixia soldiers. However, once we get stuck in it, our true energy will be quickly consumed, we will soon become weak, and we will soon die. Death is not scary. I know you are not afraid, and I'm not afraid either. But don't forget that there are also people like us on the Xixia side. Once we go up first, we may kill a lot of Xixia soldiers, but once we are exhausted, what will happen if the people from Xixia Yipintang rush up? We can slaughter these soldiers, and so can they. And I'm not afraid to tell you that Yipintang is different from us. They are extremely good at battle formations. Once they are deployed on the city wall, it will not be the death of 1 or 2 people, but dozens or hundreds of casualties, and it is even possible that the city gate will be directly broken. Do you understand? Do you understand? Why do even ordinary people rush up? because once the city is broken, tens of thousands of old, weak, women and children in Weezhou City will become ghosts under the knives of Zixia bombers. Wang Jiantang bit his lips so hard that blood came out. Why can we go up to the city wall without joining the battle? Why can we stand in this attic without joining the battle? Obviously we are very strong. As long as we take action, these Zixia soldiers are nothing. But even so, why didn't anyone ask us to take action? Because they all know what our role is, to snipe those Yipintang killers who may have sneaked into the Zixia soldiers. Sharp swords are used against sharp swords. This is the reason why a few of us came to this city wall. We will never let the masters of Zixia Yipintang have the opportunity to massacre the soldiers and civilians of the Song dynasty. Do you understand? Do you understand? Wang Jiantang slowly turned around and stopped looking at everyone. He said in an extremely low and suppressed voice, I'm as angry as you are. When I first came up, I even insulted the master, calling him a coward, and a thief. It was not until the people from Zixia Yipintang appeared that I knew and understood how angry the master was. So, for the Song dynasty, for Weezhou, and for the tens of thousands of old, weak, women and children in the city, bear it, bear it, bear it. Our opponents, our enemies are not the Zixia soldiers, but that damn Yipintang. Zuan roared, his eyes widened, and at this moment he stopped trembling. At this moment, he couldn't say a word, but just gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and stared at this cruel war. Damn Zixia, damn Yipintang, damn invaders. You deserve to die, deserve to die. Ah. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Li Su sighed deeply. No matter what era, no matter when, there is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that some people are carrying heavy burdens and moving forward. Exclamation mark. He clenched his fists, the blood surged, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Regardless of whether this world is real or not, I was born here, and will be here again, so let's kill them together. Chapter 53 Yipintang Attack. 1 hour, 2 hours. Wang Jiantang and others just stood in the pavilion, watching. Their eyes had already turned blood red, and their killing intent was about to be suppressed. But they couldn't move. Wang Jiantang had already made everything clear. Their goal, their enemy. Before that, they had to wait, and they could only wait. Wang Jiantang, who was standing at the front, bit his lips tightly at this moment, and didn't dare to speak, didn't dare to open his mouth, didn't dare to think. He was afraid, in fear. Although under the leadership of his master, he was fortunate to have seen a war with his own eyes. It was only once. He still remembered that after the war, his master, who had a first-class level, sat on the ground exhausted, with sweat on his palms. Jiantang, the most terrible thing about waiting, is never when the enemy will come, but whether the enemy will come. In the past, he didn't quite understand. Wouldn't it be good if the enemy didn't come? Now, he understands. Will Yipintang come? I don't know. If they don't come, at this moment, he is tantamount to letting everyone watch the casualties of the Song army and civilians, and watch all this happen. If it ends like this, the taste and feeling, Wang Jiantang couldn't imagine. Why did the Zixia Yipintang come, and the master was so exhausted, after killing only a few second-rate people? Because he was afraid that, if he just watched everything happen, there would be no doubt that all this would become a nightmare. He was afraid that once he closed his eyes in the future, those dead people on the tower would appear and ask why he didn't take action. They were obviously capable. Although there was no battle, Wang Jiantang felt unprecedented pressure, which almost crushed his spirit. Will you come? Yipintang, will you come? Come on, Yipintang, come on. Aren't you invading the Song dynasty? Come. As if responding to Wang Jiantang, there was something different in the Zixia soldiers who kept rushing over outside the city wall. Dozens of them, very fast, quickly crossed a distance of 1,000 meters, avoided the arrows falling from their heads, and rushed straight towards the south city wall. In an instant, without Wang Jiantang saying anything, everyone's eyes lit up, and their blood-red eyes locked onto the target. Here they come, Zixia Yipintang, here they come. Staring intently at the quietly advancing figures in the team, Wang Jiantang took a breath, and suppressed his inner impulse. Not yet, not yet. He was the leader of the team, and he had to assign tasks. Zhu and Cheng, the 8 of you go to the south city to the east and defend from the middle to the east corner. Zhu and Kang, you are responsible for the east wall of the south city to the east to the middle. Zhu Jing, you are responsible for the west corner of the west wall of the south city. I'm responsible for the west wall to the west to the middle and assist Zhu and Kang in defending this side. Do you understand? Okay. The crowd, who had long been unable to hold back, responded loudly. Remember, the main target is Zixia Yipintang. You can take action, but you must be careful not to let the people of Zixia Yipintang stand firm and form a battle formation. Everyone, good luck in martial arts. Survive. With a long roar, Zhu Jing flew up, unsheathed his long sword in the air, and rushed straight to the west corner with endless killing intent. Zhu and Cheng and his men also took a deep breath, flew up the city wall, and used the light body technique to rush to the east corner. Zhu and Kang, if you can't defeat me, retreat in my direction. Wang Jia and Tang glanced at Li Su. There was no doubt that Zhu and Kang was under the greatest pressure among the 4 positions. After all, although he had performed amazingly before and had the Shaolin Temple's unique Vajra indestructible divine art, he was still too young. After saying that, Wang Jia and Tang jumped up and rushed to his position. With the flash of sword light, he ran into the Zixia army camp. In an instant, the cold light was strong, and dozens of heads flew into the sky. With Wang Jia and Tang and others joining the battle, the situation changed in an instant. The Zixia formation, which had been suppressing the Song dynasty even with a small number of people, suddenly became chaotic, and hundreds of Zixia soldiers were killed in an instant. There is no doubt that, as Wang Jia and Tang said, the martial arts people in such a place have extremely huge lethality. Li Su also took a deep breath and jumped out of the pavilion and landed on the city wall. Taking a deep breath, smelling the smell of death composed of blood, flames, charred smoke, and armor, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. It's really hard to associate the tragic scene in front of him with the martial arts novels that fly over the eaves and walls and are chivalrous and tender. Is this the smell of Jinda's book? With the indestructible magic of the Vajra, Li Su caught the arrows flying from outside the city, filled the arrows with energy, and threw them directly with the spiral force of the Wuxiang Jizi. With a sound of hiss, 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 3 warriors on the wall whose strength was obviously higher than other Zixia soldiers were pierced through the neck by Li Su's arrows. Instead of going down to fight, standing on the wall pier, Li Su kept catching the flying arrows and throwing them at the stronger Zixia soldiers. With his participation in the battle, the Zixia soldiers who had already formed a certain advantage could no longer hold their original formation and were completely suppressed by the Song army. For a time, the Song side was in great momentum and seemed to see the hope of victory. The more ordinary the battle flags were waved, the more excited the soldiers and civilians were. Howl. At this moment, with a sharp howl, a figure rushed to the top of the wall. Unlike the Zixia soldiers before, he jumped up and reached a height of 2 meters, drew his sword in the air, and swept across with one blow. The sharp sword energy burst out with a bang, and with a clang, it actually cut off more than a dozen weapons. The Song army, which had already forced the Zixia soldiers to the corner of the wall, showed a look of fear on their faces, and could not help but retreat a few steps. The hand that struck, the man stepped into the air, without relaying, but the long sword flew, and instantly chopped out 7 swords. The blade was sharp and murderous. Before the sword fell, the momentum that the Song side had finally mustered collapsed with a bang, and the soldier covered by the sword light turned pale, as if what he saw was not a life-threatening sword, but the call of the god of death. Clang! The sword fell. But it didn't cut anyone. A figure squeezed in between the two, raised his palms, and chopped out 7 palms in a row, stopping the terrifying blade. Hiss. After taking a breath, the man's expression changed slightly, and looked at the person in front of him. Little monk. Among the martial artists in the Song dynasty, there is a person who needs special attention. A little monk, who practices the Shaolin Temple's Vajra indestructible divine art, is difficult to be injured by swords and knives. Once you meet him, give up a quick battle, hold him back, besiege him, consume his internal energy, and then kill him. Before coming, the 3 commanders had already explained. I didn't expect to meet him. Immediately, the other party screamed, and then the blade turned, spinning and rolling down, and the long knife in his hand chopped the little monk's head. It was no worse than the Zixia team leader 10 days ago. Facing this falling knife, Li Su frowned, and his mind was tense. He didn't dare to neglect it. The Vajra indestructible divine art was running, and the Arhat's true energy spread throughout his hands. Clang! Instantly collided, sparks flew. The Zixia man took a breath, feeling the piercing ki coming from the long sword, and a look of shock appeared on his face. No wonder the leader emphasized that this monk's strength was amazing. Especially his martial arts, the Vajra indestructible magical skill. At first, he just laughed, not thinking that there was any martial arts that could make people really invulnerable to swords and guns, but now that he really saw it, he was shocked and unbelievable. Can a person actually withstand the sharpness of a weapon with his bare hands? Landing on the ground, twisting his feet, the Zixia man instantly chopped 7 times. Each knife went straight to Li Su's vital points: head, neck, heart, ribs, knees. Li Su's expression did not change, raised his palms to face each other, just like 10 days ago, and did not retreat a step to hit the opponent. Dang, dang, dang. The sound was like a drum, booming between the two, and the strong ki burst out, forcing the Zixia and Song soldiers to retreat. For a time, a 2-meter diameter empty space was formed on this city wall where every inch of land was fought for. For a time, the whole audience was silent, just looking at the two people on the field with a look of horror. Chapter 54 King Kong shows his prowess. The Zixia soldiers were horrified and couldn't help but widened their eyes. They knew the person who made the move best. There were also several masters in Yipintang, ranked second rate, top 10. The other side, just a kid, actually had such strength. The Song dynasty side was also shaken, and they knew about the martial arts. Since the war began, the other side has not taken any action in the pavilion. Although no one said anything, some people were still very confused and dissatisfied. They all went to the battlefield and fought hard, but the other side was watching the show over there. Moreover, it was said that, although this group of people were young, they were very strong, and were the killer against the masters of Zixia. Although they knew that these people were specifically targeting the masters of Zixia, the soldiers and civilians of Weizhou City had actually seen the so-called martial arts masters fighting, but they were all one-on-one. They didn't think the other side would play a decisive role in this kind of battlefield. Not only that, since they were strong, they should have made a move instead of standing there and watching the show. So you can imagine how they felt. But with the appearance of this scene, this moment, they understood. Is this still a human? How? At this moment, 4 figures jumped up and landed on the wall pillar. In an instant, the long swords were unsheathed and rushed towards Li Su. The Zixia man who was fighting with Li Su also shouted loudly at this moment, filled the blade with true energy, and retreated instead of advancing, killing Li Su. Die for me. Not good. Not far away, Wang Jiantong, who was always paying attention to this side, was the first to change his face. This scene was not unfamiliar. Zixia used common means to target the powerful Central Plains martial artists and kill them by siege. Damn, why did I forget it? In the battle 10 days ago, Li Su's intelligence was exposed. Yipintang would definitely target him again. The killing intention was even higher than that of the first class. After all, the first class masters were not easy to kill. This kind of gifted second class was worth it, even if some sacrifices were made. Wang Jiantong realized that his arrangement was wrong and wanted to come over to help. Swish! A sharp knife cut off his way forward. The Zixia Yipintang master who rushed to his position sneered. How could he give you a chance to pass? Wang Jiantong's face changed drastically, and he raised his long sword, which was extremely sharp. But they were all second rate. Maybe he was stronger, but the opponent was obviously not easy to take down. Not only that, 2 more Yipintang masters rushed up, third-rate level, holding knives and killing him from behind. Bastard. On the other side, Zhuan Cheng and his men were there. Zhuanji also discovered this situation. He shouted and wanted to call everyone to help. He was also blocked by Zixia Yipintang masters, 1 second-rate and 3 third-rate. Although they had the most people on their side, facing the attack of 4 people, the inexperienced Zhuan Cheng and Zhuan Ci tried their best to block the second-rate masters, and they were blocked by the remaining third-rate masters in place, and they could not move at all in a short time. As for Zhu Jing, who was the farthest away, he had no chance at all. He was also blocked in place by a second-rate master and 2 third-rate masters. There are 4 second-rate people in the south of the city alone. 9 third-rate people. In the distance, facing this scene, the hidden monk Xiangxing's eyes shrank, and he was not only a little shocked. Zixia Yipintang is a national training, and all the masters of the country are in it. Therefore, in terms of strength alone, even a righteous sect like Shaolin Temple is slightly inferior. But even so, Zixia Yipintang has a limited number of masters. Especially this kind of backbone force that can be used as second rate. There are definitely not many, only a dozen people. 4 people in the south of the city. What about the north of the city? If it is the same, it is almost equivalent to sending 1/5 of the force to attack Weizhou City. If these people die, Zixia Yipintang will probably feel sad for a long time. Second rate is not as good as third rate. As long as there is time, third rate can be cultivated. Zixia Yipintang has more than 100, and second rate may not be cultivated, even if there is time. Moreover, there are so many second rate here, then what about first rate? Thinking about it, Monk Xiangxing couldn't sit still. Even if Zhuangkang had the Vajra body protection skill, facing the siege of a second rate and 4 third rate people, no matter how talented he was, he would be extremely dangerous without experience. He immediately raised his true energy. As a first rate master, he could only take a breath to cover a distance of 2 feet high and 10 feet far. At this moment, facing the fierce attack, Li Su's eyes lit up. 10 days ago, this battle would have been really chaotic, and he might have died on the spot. But now he is different. Don't think that it only took a few days of cultivation from waking up to the start of the war. But who is Li Su? Can hanging be understood by common sense? The world book is weighted by 175%, and there is also the power of the Great Huandan. The speed of his progress in the past few days can be used as more than 10 days in one day. 4 days, at least 2 months. 2 months. This is not 2 months for ordinary people, but 2 months for Li Su to practice normally. Let's not talk about anything else, just the internal strength. Usually Li Su can practice for 1 day, which is almost equivalent to the average talent practicing for more than 10 days. You can imagine how big the gap is. In addition to the internal strength, his skills have also improved a lot. In fact, if the Zixia captain who was killed by Li Su 10 days ago was still here, he would probably not have the expression of the second rate in front of him. He would only change his face and be incredulous. 10 days ago, the third rate would be injured if they chopped the opponent with a knife, and they would not dare to fight against the second rate head on. Now, not to mention the head-on confrontation with the second rate, there is no injury at all. This is terrible. Facing the siege, if they were all second-rate masters, Li Su would undoubtedly be very afraid, but the second rate and the third rate? Do you really think that the Vajra indestructible divine art can threaten anyone with a knife? One hand swung away the knife like chopped by the second rate in front of him. Because of one hand, there was a little color on the palm, and a little blood splashed. Li Su ignored it, and stretched out his right hand and pointed. 2 fingers without form. A silent finger, seducing the soul, and taking the life. The formless robbery finger has 2 major characteristics. One is that it is difficult to practice. 2, it requires a lot of internal strength. If you don't have enough talent and internal strength, this move can hardly show its unparalleled power. However, if you have talent and internal strength can catch up. Although he didn't feel any movement, the face of the second-rate master of Zixia couldn't help but change drastically. His intuition told him that he had to either dodge or block this finger, otherwise he would die. Dodge? You're kidding. There's no chance at all at a distance of less than 1 meter. Then he can only block. The long sword was raised and placed across his chest, blocking the strong path of Li Su's finger force. Ding. The invisible airflow hit the blade, and the terrible force burst out. The true energy pulled the air in the void and appeared. The second-rate master's long sword was visibly bent down little by little, and the whole person was knocked back by the finger force. The second-rate master's face turned red when he leaned against the wall. He used all his strength to resist the long sword with both hands, but was pushed back little by little and pressed on his chest. Puff. Although there was a steel sword between them, it was like a heavy hammer, and the terrible force directly hit the second-rate master's lungs, and he spit out a large mouthful of blood on the spot. The world's #1 finger technique, for the first time, truly demonstrated its power. Clang. Because of the second-rate struggle, the 4 third-rates who rushed up directly approached him and slashed with their long swords, using all their strength. At this moment, a finger pointed out, and Lee Su obviously had no room to dodge. The blade light fell directly on his body. The left and right neck, the ribs, and the knee pits. All are vital parts of the human body. Success. The 4 people's faces were filled with joy. Before they came, the leader had already explained that if they could kill the disciples who performed the Shaolin Temple's Vajra indestructible divine art, they would be rewarded heavily. Lee Su smiled. Do you know what is called a top-notch divine art, and what is a first-class martial art? At first, Lee Su also thought that the difference between the first-class Ahad Ki and the top Vajra indestructible divine art was comprehensiveness and diversity. But after the first level and the second level were connected, Lee Su began to practice the 2 levels together. He understood and realized how naive and stupid his thoughts were. The Zioao sect's 8 desolations and 6 directions. I'm the only one can do things that violate reality, so how can the Vajra indestructible divine art be so simple? Breathe. As Lee Su breathes in and out, the 2 levels of strength operate at the same time. In an instant, Lee Su's body begins to emit golden light, the unique light of the Vajra indestructible divine art. Although it is very little, if you don't pay attention, you may not be able to see it. But it really appeared, almost sticking to the surface of the skin, a thin layer, and it feels very strange to touch. Gold. So, the question is, since the internal and external strength generated by the first and second levels are the reason for his enhanced defense, then what is this layer of gold mentioned in the novels describing the Vajra indestructible divine art? Lee Su didn't know before, and thought that the real Vajra indestructible divine art, at least in this world, was like this. But as the 2 levels intersected, he realized how wrong he was. The Vajra indestructible divine art here also has light, and this light is nothing else. It is his magnetic field. The human body has a magnetic field, and through the true key to a certain extent, you can even feel the flow of your own magnetic field, and the martial artists with stronger true key have not only a larger magnetic field, but also a more balanced flow. As the top level martial arts, the 8 desolations and 6 directions is the only one who cultivates life, then the Vajra indestructible divine art, which is also a top level martial arts, cultivates the magnetic field. In fact, although the performance of the Vajra indestructible divine art is powerful, it is undoubtedly a long way from the North Sea divine art. Until the appearance of this golden light, Lee Su understood. At least, in this world, the Vajra indestructible divine art in the Cheyenne Long Babu, why is it the top level divine art? External strength, internal strength is just appearance. Although Meng Xianming said something, in fact, no one in Shaolin Temple has practiced it for more than 100 years. The defense of the 2 forces in the body is just their own nature. Their real function is not defense at all, but the change in cultivation of their own magnetic field when they intersect. This is the true face of the Vajra indestructible divine art. Then, the question is, do you, who only learned the first 2 of the 36 pictures, is so incredible, so what about Lee Su, who has practiced the first and second levels of the Vajra indestructible divine art? Golden light rises, golden body is cast. That is copper, that is iron, that is invulnerable to swords and guns. Clang. Almost at the same time, a loud noise broke out, and the 4 tough steel knives almost simultaneously chopped Lee Su's vital points. However, let alone touching Lee Su's body, just touching the surface of the golden light, they were bounced away. It was like a real iron stone, and it could not be cut. Not only that, the full strength chopped down, and suddenly stopped. How great was the counterattack? The 4 people felt pain in their palms at the same time. The tiger's mouth burst, the veins of the 5 fingers burst, and the paws were bleeding. Facing this scene, several people showed a look of pain and horror. How is it possible? With a light shout, Lee Su threw 2 punches, and kicked 2 feet. Bang, bang. Simple punches and kicks, at this moment, are like powerful palm and leg techniques. 2 of the 4 third-rate Ziksha masters were beaten to the chest by Lee Su, and 2 were kicked in the belly. The so-called Vajra is not just a bodyguard. When it is cultivated to the extreme, it can freely exert great power in every move. It is a top-level defense method and also a top-level attack method. The saying goes, no one can achieve it in 100 years, but it will shock the world in one day. Vajra is magnificent, the top 3 in the world. The Song Army and the Xixia soldiers, at this moment, are like seeing a god. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55. The crowd burst out. Ouch. 4 third-rate people died. Following Li Su's gaze, the second-rate master of Xixia Yipintang, whose internal organs were injured, was stunned for a moment, and then let out a shrill cry. He thought that the other party was going to fight desperately, but he didn't expect that the next moment he would do a backflip and flip over from the city wall. Li Su was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect this behavior. After all, he was a second-rate person, but he ran away directly. Thinking about it, Li Su let out a long breath, and sweat began to slide down his forehead. Exhaustion, without a doubt. Although the Vajra body protection divine art is abnormal, it does not mean invincible. It still has many shortcomings. For example, Li Su's endurance at this stage, and the highest defense level. Endurance is not to mention. A first-class divine art naturally consumes a lot of energy. The main thing is the defense level. Don't look at him directly taking on the third-rate master's full-strength sword without any hindrance, feeling very relaxed. Even the second-rate Xixia Yipintang master was scared away. But in fact, if the other party thinks about it carefully, he will find that something is wrong. If the Vajra body protection divine art had to be so abnormal, why did the opponent use his palm to ward off his sword light at the beginning? Even when the 4 men attacked in coordination, they were still injured. It's very simple, they couldn't bear it. The first characteristic of the second rate is the Zhaoshan. And it is obvious that once the Zhaoshan is formed in the body, the power of the true ki will be multiplied several times, and it will rise by dozens of times. The range may be different, but the destructive power is far from what the third rate can compare. A palm strike cracks the stone, and a palm strike smashes a stone. Although the stone is the same size, the strength is 2 concepts. Therefore, don't look at the third rate fearless. In fact, facing the second rate, Li Su dare not resist it head on, otherwise something will happen. Unless he masters the third level, he may be able to resist the attack of the second rate without being damaged. By the 4th level, the first rate masters who are not as good as him should be able to withstand it. By the 7th level, no one below the super first rate can break the defense. By the 9th level, he should be able to compete with Wuazi and the other old perverts. At least they can be evenly matched. Compared to Li Su thinking about how strong the Vajra indestructible divine art is, Monk Xiangxing, who stopped halfway through the charge, was stunned at this moment. Their generation has been criticized by the previous generation. The Ling generation, including their master, often sighed. Even if there is only one person, just one, who has learned the Vajra indestructible divine art. If there is only one person, the reputation of Shaolin Temple would not have fallen to this level. All along, I thought that the master and others were exaggerating. Although they did not practice the Vajra indestructible divine art, they are not bad, right? They reached the first class realm before the age of 50, and now they are in the top 10 of the martial arts world, at least the top 20, right? Seeing Li Su's performance, Monk Xiangxing finally understood why, among the 4 great magic skills of Shaolin Temple, only the Vajra indestructible divine art is ranked among the 3 wonders in the world. Sometimes, the strength of a skill is not determined by victory or defeat, but by the effect. Not to mention standing there and letting a third-rate person chop him, he directly scared away a second-rate person. To be honest, are you going to say that this kid is so terrifying? Or will you say that this skill is so terrible? Monk Xiangxing was relieved, but also a little uncomfortable. He felt that he was really useless. Wang Jiantang and others also saw Li Su's outburst. While shocked, Wang Jiantang and others took a deep breath. While not paying attention to Li Su, they focused their attention on their opponents. What a joke. He, Wang Jiantong, has been in the martial arts world for many years. He is a famous disciple of the Beggars sect in the martial arts world and the future successor to the leader of the Beggars sect. It's okay to be inferior to Li Su, but he can't be left out of sight, right? He is the Beggars sect's 8-back disciple, Wang Jiantong. The first big failure was enough. How could he still have no results the second time? The sword moved, and the sword changed. Wang Jiantong did not learn the most famous Beggars sect's 28 dragon palms. He was too young, and not strong enough. But he knew the 36 moves of the dog beating stick method by heart. Although he was better at using a sword than a stick, he still made a name for himself in the martial arts world. Don't be too arrogant in a remote Ziksha. Chop, rap, poke, and pick. The sword moves continuously. Although it is not as unpredictable as the dog beating stick technique, it is more sharp and hot because of the sword. He turned around and stabbed several swords. Each sword was fatal, and the stabbing angle was even more weird. After only 3 or 5 moves, the second-rate master of Ziksha Yipintang was injured and forced back by the sword. After all, the masters of Ziksha are more powerful in battle than martial arts masters. It is the most difficult to deal with such unpredictable swordsmanship. Facing the breathless Han Feng, he could not help but take 2 steps back. When masters fight, there is no retreat. Wang Jiantong's sword moves, and he stabbed 9 times in a row in an instant, and each sword hits the vital point. The opponent's face changed drastically, and he could not help but retreat again. He picked up the long sword and wanted to resist. However, when the blade rose, the sword light dissipated. But Wang Jiantong turned his feet, which was a feint. He turned around and used 2 swords, one to wrap around and the other to hook. The 2 third-rate Ziksha masters who were besieging him obviously didn't have time to react. Their long swords were directly led to the side and the sword cut their throats. Clang! The moment Wang Jiantong killed the enemy, Zhu Jing from the west corner exploded. The 8-sided Han sword was heavy and broad, but the Dian Kang sword technique was light and agile, with unpredictable changes. His Hu Feng Wu Liu sword technique was based on change. The two were not compatible. However, the moment the sword was raised, the sword's momentum was ethereal, like the wind blowing on the willows, and it was endless. As the 8-sided Han sword was deployed, this light sword technique had a lingering sound, not a noise, but just like the bluebirds on the willow pond, leaping among the willow branches, suddenly flying over the lakeside, with a sharp edge appearing, taking people's lives. There were 2 puffs. The 3 people from Ziksha Yipintang were covered by the sword. Although the second-rate one dodged the fatal sword and was only injured, the 2 third-rate ones were killed on the spot without a doubt, with the sword piercing their hearts. The results of both sides came out, leaving the 8 people of Zuancheng. Even if Zuanji, who had average talent, had completed the Zaoshan, although they were a little flustered at the beginning, after fighting for a while, the 7 people from the same class as Li Su, led by Zuancheng and Zuanxi, broke out. The power of the demon subduing stick burst out, directly shocking the 3 Ziksha third-rate masters to lose their long swords. Zuanji and his men immediately followed up, and the powerful Vajra palm directly slapped the chests of the 3 people. Bang! With a loud bang, the 3 people only had time to scream. Their sternums were shattered, and their internal organs turned into mud. Facing the attacks of Zuancheng and Zuanxi, the second-rate masters of Ziksha were also in danger at this moment. The powerful Vajra palm, the powerful Vajra finger, and the dragon capturing skill were difficult to deal with alone, let alone facing 2 people at once. At first, they were not familiar with it. When they got used to it, they realized that it was a second-rate master who was struggling. After a palm strike with Zuancheng, he just took a step back. When Zuanxi pointed at his waist, the strength penetrated his body and the fierce ki directly pierced his kidney. Spitting blood, the second-rate master jumped up and quickly flew out of the city wall. Before leaving, he covered his right waist and looked at Zuancheng and Zuanxi with great resentment. Looking at the other party's eyes, Zuancheng was startled, and then he was indifferent. Compared with the dead soldiers and civilians of the Song dynasty, he was very sorry that he could not kill you directly. Zuanxi looked over with a more ferocious look, and at the same time, glanced at the other party's left waist. Although he did not speak, he sent a good signal. Come over here if you dare, and your left waist will be broken too. Chapter 56. Emergency in the East City. After defeating the Zixa Yipintang master, Wang Jiantang let out a breath, killed several Zixa soldiers, and then jumped up and retreated to the stone pier at the back. He took a breath and lightened his body and returned directly to the previous pavilion. Not far away, Zhu Jing also jumped up and stopped fighting. As for Zhu and Cheng and the others, although they wanted to fight, they felt that their bodies were empty and their true energy was insufficient. Helplessly, he jumped up and retreated. As for Li Su, as the most amazing performer, there was no one fighting within a 5-meter diameter above his position. In the eyes of the Zixa soldiers, the flesh body was not dead, even if it was cut with a knife. This was almost no different from a devil. Looking at the victorious Song army, Li Su also jumped up and headed towards the pavilion. There was still true energy, but it was also consumed by half. It was no problem to continue fighting. I was afraid that Zixa Yipintang would attack again. Once it was too low, he would be in danger. At this moment, there was no doubt that the offensive on the south wall had been greatly reduced. As the Zixa second-rate master retreated, the Zixa soldiers were still attacking the city, but the intensity was obviously reduced too much. Especially where Li Su and his men were, their morale dropped sharply. The failure of the high-end combat power and the strength shown by Li Su and his men frightened them deeply. Asterisk 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 at this moment, in the Zixa military camp, Mei Zhangxi frowned. The consumption of the siege war was indeed a bit large. He was not surprised that the attack of Zixa Yipintang failed to work. The Central Plains was vast and rich in resources, and there were still some advantages, such as the extremely special rivers and lakes, even if he said that he was particularly afraid. The war between Zixa and the Song dynasty was not grand, especially in the face of the war between the Liao kingdom and the Song dynasty, which could basically only be said to be a small fight. The kind of war that involves hundreds of thousands of troops and dozens of cities is the real terrible meat grinder. The Battle of Chansao before the signing of the famous Cheniyuan alliance half a century ago was a war that shook the world. The Liao kingdom's sacred mountain and the Central Plains martial arts world. More than 30 first-class masters and 4 super first-class masters, a full-scale confrontation. That battle was truly earth-shattering. It should have been a war of mutual destruction between the armies, but as they started the war, it turned directly into a personal show of less than 100 people. Not only did the two armies get shocked by the battle, but the rulers of the Song and Western Xia were also terrified. That day, the sky above Chansao seemed to be angry with the gods. Thunderous explosions continued to be heard from the sky. Dozens of figures were really angry in the thunderous sky. The battle lasted for a whole night before it ended. Afterwards, half of the walls of Chansao city collapsed. It was also because of that battle that one super first-class master on the Song side was seriously injured and retired, and one died soon after. More than 30 first-class masters were seriously injured, retired, and died. Otherwise, the Western Xia side might not dare to claim the throne. You have to know that the Western Xia was sealed in the 8th year of the Liao Tang period. It was not until the 7th year of the Liao Changxi period that Li Yuanhao dared to claim the throne. There was a gap of almost half a century in between. It was not for anything else, but because of fear. Looking at the battle on the tower, although Mei Zhangxi felt a little distressed about the casualties, his expression was surprisingly relaxed. Sure enough, in the Battle of Chansao, both the Central Plains and Shenzhen were defeated, and even the vast Central Plains martial arts world was seriously injured. Otherwise, with the current strength of Zixa Yipintang, if it was the martial arts world of the Song dynasty before the Battle of Chansao, he really wouldn't dare to sit in the big tent. Opportunity. He himself also has a certain amount of martial arts, and is aware of the situation in Guizhou City. Now, the 3 first-class Zixa Yipintang are all there. When they take action at the second quarter of the night, they will most likely be able to directly take down the East Gate. Once the East Gate is broken, Guizhou City is almost equivalent to opening up in front of them. This is a big city. Once the city is broken, the meaning is completely different. Not only can they plunder it, but it will also scare the Song dynasty. Mei Zhangxi waved his hand, increased the drums, and increased the offensive. Asterisk 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 the fight continues. Zixa does not retreat, and the Song dynasty naturally does not retreat. The tragic fight was staged again after the masters on both sides retreated. Facing the possible arrival of the Zixa Yipintang masters, Wang Jiantang and others who returned to the pavilion clenched their fists again, and the emotions that had been vented with great difficulty accumulated again. However, this time Wang Jiantang did not mean to let everyone wait, but went out in batches to kill the Zixa soldiers. But even so, it was still a drop in the bucket. After all, this was not a battle of dozens or hundreds of people, but a battle of thousands of people, with tens of thousands of people constantly replenishing. The body can still hold on, but the mind cannot recover quickly. Zhuan Ku and his men came back after going twice. Although they still had enough energy, they could not stand steadily, and their faces were pale. Especially Zhuan Nan, who was besieged by Zixa soldiers, and had his right arm chopped. If Zhuan Ku had not taken action, he would probably have to leave directly. Facing this scene, Wang Jiantang took a breath and said, Zhuan Ku, Zhuan Ji, Zhuan Nan, Zhuan Bei, Zhuan Ji, you five should not move. Zhuan Cheng, Zhuan Ci, you should also take a rest. Next, I, Zhu Jing, and Zhuan Kang will go first. Taking a breath, although reluctant, Zhuan Cheng and the others also understood that their situation was not good. In fact, not to mention the Western Za, the battle formation on the Song side has been changing all the time. The people who climbed the city wall have been changed 3 times. If Zhuan Cheng and the others were not protected by the true key, they should have left the city long ago. Looking up and glancing at the night, Wang Jiantang took a breath and said, it is estimated that it will be soon. The Western Za will launch at most 1 round of offensive. Everyone should be prepared. As long as we hold on this time, the other side should retreat. Night battles were rare in ancient times. Night sieges were undoubtedly even rarer. The night requires a lot of soldiers, especially in terms of vision. In this era, most people have night blindness, and the Song army is even more serious. The Western Zaya side may be better, but it is also limited. Asterisk 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 listening to the situation reported by his subordinates, Wang Yan, the general of Weizhou City, was on the tower at this moment. Looking at the Zixa side who was still sounding the horn, he took a deep breath. How is the arrangement on the west side of the city? As a veteran with considerable military experience, Zixa has not retreated until now, so there should be another wave of offensives. Moreover, this offensive may not be launched in the south and north of the city, and there is no chance for these 2 sides. On the contrary, the west of the city, which has not been attacked, is likely to become the target of the opponent's attack. As for the east of the city, Wang Yan has thought about it, but it is very unrealistic. Infantry sieges at night, they need firelight. The west of the city can undoubtedly borrow a little firelight. The east of the city is almost the opposite side of the battle. It is very difficult to approach silently, and attacking the east of the city and attacking the west of the city are 2 different concepts. Attacking the west of the city, the soldiers and civilians in Weizhou City still have a way out, and attacking the east of the city will only cause fear and resistance in the entire Weizhou City. This is to cut off the retreat. In a battle with one's back to the water, even the Song army can exert extremely terrible power. Of course, it cannot be ruled out, but there are many troops in the east of the city. If they really fight, it will undoubtedly be more difficult than the other 3 gates to act. Wang Yan thought about it, and was about to make an emergency plan. Ding, ding, ding. Accompanied by the fierce and rapid sound of the bell, Wang Yan's face suddenly changed when he was about to say something. Alarm in the east of the city? And, an emergency? When? No, the east of the city is in an emergency, but the army should not be able to respond so quickly. Zixa Yipintang. Send an order immediately to notify the martial arts people in the west and south of the city that the masters of Zixa Yipintang are in the east of the city. Yes. Looking at the soldiers running out, Wang Yan's face turned pale and his expression was nervous. He must catch up. He must catch up. Chapter 57. Heart-piercing claw. It's the east of the city? Question mark? The moment Wang Jiantang received the order, his face turned pale. He never thought that the target of the attack was there. There are a lot of people in the east of the city. What will happen if the city is broken? Before he could speak, a figure flew over. There was a lot of blood on his monk robe. It was Monk Xianming who was guarding the west of the city alone. Master! Zuancheng and the others shouted immediately. Seeing that Zuancheng and the others were fine, Monk Xianming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He and Monk Xiangxing had already discussed that, unless Zuankang encountered a fatal threat, or Zuancheng and the others were in a big crisis at the same time, they should try not to take action. After all, Zuankang has learned the Vajra indestructible divine art. The importance of Shaolin Temple is self-evident. Even if he goes back alone in this Songzai war, the backbone of Shaolin Temple can be carried. Indeed, Zuanxi and the others will undoubtedly be able to break into the first class in the future, and Zuancheng can even reach the top. But compared with Zuankang, they are all inferior. Under the Vajra indestructible divine art, Zuankang is basically a super first class level. How many of them are super first rate in the Central Plains martial arts? Less than 3. Oh, you mean the Zioao sect? Indeed, the 3 of Wuazi should all be super first rate, but strictly speaking, the Zioao sect is not considered a sect in the Central Plains martial arts, but the Shanking sect is. And once a sect has a super first rate, it will last at least 100 years without any problems. Therefore, Monk Xianming was still very worried. What if they come over, except for Zuankang? What if Zuancheng and the others die or get injured? The result was undoubtedly good, only Zuancheng was slightly injured. Monk Xianming nodded, and there was no time to say anything to Zuancheng and the others, so he immediately said, Jiantong, you should have received the order. Yes. I estimate that the Zixia Yipintang master who appeared at the east gate should be a first-rate level, and the next step is the most dangerous time. This time you are all together, and you can't be separated, understand? Everyone responded, yes. Let's go. After the words fell, Monk Xianming took the lead and went directly along the south wall of the city towards the east of the city. Li Su and others followed. The east of the city is very far away, but also very close. For martial artists who have true ki and can jump 2 or 3 feet, it doesn't take much time to rush over. The shouts of killing are heard. Here, the Song army is undoubtedly resisting. However, they are very weak. A large area of blank space has been killed on the city wall, and what is more terrifying is that there are also sounds of fighting under the east city gate. It is obvious that this is not an attack on the city, but a sneak attack. Monk Xianming's face changed a little. He jumped high and could see the Zixia soldiers approaching quickly outside the city wall. They are not infantry, but cavalry. If the city gate is opened by the other party at any time, it will be a disaster for the entire Weizhou city. Jiantong, you immediately take the rest of the people to block the city gate and never let the city gate be broken. Immediately, Monk Xianming shouted. Yes. Wang Jiantong did not hesitate and drew his sword. Let's go. Li Su and others quickly followed and rushed directly to the city gate. At the city gate, they were still resisting, but there were already corpses on the ground. Seeing this scene, Wang Jiantong and others' eyes suddenly turned red. There was resistance there, and it was clear that they were using their bodies as a shield for the city gate. The Song soldiers also knew what would happen if they lost the city gate. At this moment, the Song soldiers who kept rushing over and blocking the city gate did not make any extra movements, but rushed madly towards the Zixia Yipintang masters who entered the city to steal the gate. They did not want to die together, nor did they want to kill them with one blow. The only idea was to drag the opponent, catch the opponent, and prevent the opponent from going any further. The masters of Zixia Yipintang were also crazy. It had been more than 10 breaths, but they had not been able to rush to the city gate. The main reason was that the attack method of the Song soldiers was too disgusting. The people of the city gate resisted and did not retreat, using their own bodies and the bodies of their comrades to block them. The Song soldiers who rushed over from all directions rushed up to them, not wanting to kill them, but just wanted to catch them and make them slow down and slow down again. Just now, one of them was caught by the foot without paying attention. Even though he fought hard to kill dozens of Song soldiers, he was eventually buried. You know, that was a second rate. He died in this way. For the first time, it was the first time that I knew that Song soldiers could be so brave. For a moment, the masters of Zixia Yipintang were furious, and a little fear rose in their hearts. Facing the two-legged sheep that was not afraid of death and rushed over, it was the first time that they stopped. Kill. With a roar, Wang Jiantang led his men to kill Zixia Yipintang. This time, really put in a lot of effort. The moment they fell, there were actually 10 second-rate masters, and as many as 20 third-rate masters. However, when their eyes fell on the ground in front of the city gate, Wang Jiantang's eyes immediately turned red. Too miserable, too miserable. There were broken bodies everywhere. In just a moment, the Song side suffered heavy losses. Facing the joint strangulation of the second-rate and third-rate, the number of Song soldiers who fell here has almost reached thousands. Not only that, but a lot of civilian clothes can be seen in the corpses. You deserve to die. Wang Jiantang exploded, and everyone exploded. With bloodshot eyes, he identified the target and rushed directly. Not good. The face of the Zixia Yipintang master, who was originally very irritable, suddenly changed. The Central Plains martial artists have arrived? Form a formation. He shouted immediately. In an instant, the second-rate and third-rate formed small teams, and faced Wang Jiantang and others who rushed over. Boom. Clang. Ding. When the teams collided, it was the most intense fight. Sword cuts the dogs of the world. Returning wind endless style. Subdue demons and overturn mountain style. Capture the Dragon King. The ultimate move. The ultimate style. The handover is the ultimate move. It is a fight for life. There is no intention to retain the true energy. The only thought is to kill this group of bastards here. Even though the Zixia Yipintang master knew that the next battle would be extremely difficult, he did not expect that Wang Jiantang and others who rushed over would completely ignore themselves and rush down. After all, it was okay to be a third-rate warrior. When they were second-rate warriors, their mentality would undoubtedly change a lot. Moreover, the behavior of the Song dynasty soldiers before had left them with a lot of shadows. In an instant, 3 second-rate masters of Zixia Yipintang were killed by the people who rushed up recklessly. 3 more also recovered their wounds and stepped back. After a moment of daze, the remaining 7 second-rate masters of Zixia Yipintang were shocked and angry. They were Zixia Yipintang, the most powerful soldiers of Zixia. Roar. With a roar, they rushed forward again, not caring about anything else. Immediately, the momentum flowed, and the two teams fought frantically. For a while, the terrible energy was suspended upside down, shaking everything around them, so that they could not get close. Asterisk 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 at this moment, on the city wall, Monk Xianming did not go down. After issuing the order, he stood where he was. Not far from him, stood a green-eyed man with triangular eyes, his hair like worms, scattered in all directions. Monk Xianming's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face showed an extremely solemn expression. You are one of the 3 leaders of Zixia Yipintang, Lone Wolf. This person is here too. Eagle Claw, Lone Wolf, Ghost Face. The strongest trump card of Zixia Yipintang. Eagle Claw is needless to say, Lone Wolf. His methods are cruel, and the most important thing is this bastard. His methods are very strange. His true energy is extremely vicious, and he has an extremely terrible chill. The skills with their own attributes are basically first class in the Central Plains. Shaolin Temple, Monk Xianming. A short sentence, but it makes people feel cold in their hearts, and that unique voice seems to be affected by the skills. As soon as the words fell, the momentum burst out, and the surrounding temperature dropped several degrees directly. Amitabha. Monk Xianming pronounced a Buddhist name, made a flower-picking gesture, and recited the Great Light Sutra. Wrathful appearance. The disciples are all fighting. How can the master stay? He is on the road of killing. Why does he need to be merciful at this moment? Raise your hand and support. Hades is angry. The lone wolf's green eyes lit up, and he said, the Great Light Sutra. I thought Tuoba Zion was exaggerating, but I didn't expect it to be true. As soon as the words fell, Monk Xianming's face changed. Tuoba Zion? Sure enough, he is here too. Junior brother please. In an instant, the lone wolf's eyes lit up, and he punched out. Boom. 2 terrible forces collided immediately, and the terrifying energy was like a howling storm in a 10-foot range. Asterisk 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 there are 4 abbots in Shaolin Temple, Jian, Wen, Crossing, and Ming. I wonder which one you are? A hoarse voice sounded, and Monk Xiangxing in the residential area suddenly stiffened and turned around suddenly, and then his pupils widened. It was a short man with no visible face, covered by a ghost face. Ghost face, although one of the 3 commanders of Zixia Yipintang. Although this person rarely leaves Zixia, his reputation is far above the other 2 commanders. He has a record of killing the top masters of the Central Plains martial arts. Although the Song dynasty was weaker than the Western Zaire in terms of military strength, the martial arts world was undoubtedly another matter. Basically, the masters of the Western Zaire Yipin Hall had little advantage over the Song dynasty at the same level. Not good. Monk Xiangxing felt nervous. The one who was entangled with his junior brother was Du Lang, one of the 3 commanders of the Western Zaire. Now he was facing the ghost face. Then, what about Tuo Bazayang? In front of the city gate, a third-rate master suddenly laughed out loud, with a trembling madness, threw away the sharp knife in his hand, stretched out his hand, and pinched his claws. Eagle strikes the sky. Suddenly, with a thunderous momentum, it broke out. Not good. The faces of Wang Jiantang and others changed drastically in an instant. This voice was not unfamiliar. It was a voice that made them extremely desperate 10 days ago. Be careful, it's Tuo Bazayang. Zuanji. Zuanci shouted suddenly, his face full of sadness. A vicious claw broke through the air and clouds and landed on the back of Zuanji, the first Zuan generation disciple of Shaolin Temple who came this time. Although he didn't say much, he was kind and honest. Amidst the splattering of blood, a fresh heart was dragging out. Standing there in a daze, Zuanji glanced at Zuancheng and the others and moved his mouth to utter a word. Run. Chapter 58, First Class Battle. Haha. Biting off most of the heart in one bite, Tuo Bazayang couldn't help laughing wildly. He had waited for this day, for too long, too long. One by one, this group of people, none of them could escape. As a cruel person by nature, the attack on Zuanji was not because of the close distance, but was deliberate. Starting from the weakest, he killed them one by one. He made the prey suffer, crazy, and finally desperate. With a leap, Tuo Bazayang rushed straight to Zuandu and Zuanbei. With an eagle claw raised, the energy broke through the air. Before the person fell, the two felt the whole body cold. Damn it. Wang Jiantang's face was cold. Born in the beggar gang, he was naturally well known by the 3 leaders of Zixia Yipintang. This Tuo Bazayang loved to kill the weak, just like the prairie jackals, extremely vicious. If he wanted to move, how could the second-rate master in front of him give him a chance? He came up with a long knife and directly entangled him in place. Die. With a loud shout, Zuanbei and Zuanku, who were together, raised the demon-subduing stick in their hands at the same time and cooperated with Zuandu to attack Tuo Bazayang. The move is not bad, but the man is too bad. Tuo Bazayang smiled in the air, raised his claws, and twisted the demon-subduing sticks that were coming from 3 directions, and threw them to the side. You bastards, watch me. Zuan took a breath, jumped up, and burst out with a Vajra palm. The little monk has a good idea, but unfortunately he doesn't know how high the sky is. Without dodging or avoiding, he slapped Zuan palm directly in the air. Bang. Decades of skills, like thunder, the moment of contact, Zuan palm bones immediately cracked, the whole arm was shattered, and the huge ki poured down, and rushed straight into his lungs. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Zuan was directly hit back to the ground by a palm, and he didn't know whether he was dead or not. Zuan Ci went crazy. 5 years. 5 whole years, living together day and night, the relationship has surpassed that of family. He rushed up, exerted the dragon capture technique with all his strength, and spit out the dragon capture king move. Zuancheng's eyes were also bloodshot, and he was extremely furious. He couldn't save him. He still couldn't save him. Damn it. He didn't go, because Zuan left, and the Zixia Yipintang master he was fighting against slashed directly at his back with a knife. Vajra finger. Pointing out with one finger, forcing the opponent to retreat. Zuancheng entangled with 2 second-rate people alone. Raw. Looking at Zhu and Nan, who didn't know whether he was dead or alive, Zhu and Du and the other two roared madly, squeezing the demon subduing sticks in their hands and creaking, raising their arms, and smashing towards Tuoba Zion regardless of anything. Above the void, facing the attack, Tuoba Zion was not surprised but happy. This is it. This is it. I look forward to it, really looking forward to the expressions of others after killing them one by one. With a long roar, Tuoba Zion's hands transformed, and the 9-turn eagle claw technique roared down. Amitabha. At this moment, just when the two sides were about to fight, a figure brazenly inserted into the middle of the battle. On the body, golden light rose, and the eyes were full of murderous intent. It was Li Su. Zhuangji died, and his heart trembled, because of the crisis, and because of the death of people around him. However, Zhu and Nan vomited blood and fell down. He bit his lips tightly, and his eyes were red. I thought I could not care, but when I saw it, I realized that they had already entered my heart and became irreplaceable. Ah. For the first time, Li Su went crazy. This is a fragment of the world. This is not my reality, Li Su kept telling himself. However, no matter how rational he was, when he saw Zhu and Ci, Zhu and Ku, Zhu and Bei, and Zhu and Du fall into Tuoba Zion's attack, he could no longer suppress it. If he went back like this, he really escaped. Can he forget this thing? If he did this today, would he do it in the future? What if one day it was his parents and his friends who faced this crisis? TM, life and death are indifferent. If you don't accept it, just do it. Since you are a man of the world, how can you not do the things of the world? One finger at the end of the calamity. The first finger technique of Shaolin Temple, the Wuxiangjizi, the final realm, suddenly appeared. One finger gathers 5 forces. Even Li Su, who has the Arhat golden body at the bottom of the Arhat magic, can't stand it. The blue veins on his skin can be seen faintly, as if he can't bear it. Facing Zhuangzi, Zhuangku, Zhuangbi, and Zhuangdu, Tuoba Zion doesn't care. The gap between the two sides is too big, especially in terms of skill. But when Li Su pointed this finger, Tuoba Zion's face changed slightly. He felt the lethality contained in that finger. He has received a lot of information about this little monk, such as his mastery of Shaolin Temple's supreme unique skill, the Vajra indestructible magic skill, and the Wuxiangjizi, the top finger technique of Shaolin Temple. Wuxiangjizi, one of the top finger techniques in the Central Plains martial arts, is a top-notch unique skill with great power. Not daring to be careless, Tuoba Zion changed his moves in midair, instantly slashed out 3 air-splitting palms, pulled up his body, and tried to block the finger force with a strong ki force. Facing this scene, Li Su's expression remained unchanged, and the Vajra body protection divine art was fully operational to protect himself. The great perfection level Wuxiangjizi, the world's #1 finger technique, is even inferior to the world's #1 6 meridians divine sword in terms of power. He wanted to block the air-splitting palm force. Question mark? The martial arts of the Shaolin Temple are too worthless. Puff. The palm force went straight through and pierced into his right shoulder under Tuoba Zion's shocked eyes. The terrible burning force entered his body as if it was going to burn him up. Even Tuoba Zion, who was in the first class realm, couldn't help but change his face at this moment. The whole body's true ki was quickly raised, and decades of skills were madly squeezed onto his shoulders, sealing Li Su's terrible finger force. Below, Li Su resisted the air-splitting palm, while Zhu and Ci and others were shocked and retreated. Damn it. With a sharp scream, Tuoba Zion's face was extremely ugly, and there was a deep murderous intent in his unruly eyes. It was this monk again. The last failure was also because of him. You deserve to die. Angry, Tuoba Zion, who had come with the intention of killing, was completely furious at this moment. After being ruined by a second rate, he was beaten by him again. What kind of shame is that for Tuoba Zion? Question mark? Roar. With a sharp scream, Tuoba Zion's figure suddenly turned and fell. Double claws split the sky. He made a move without holding back, and it was obviously the 9-turn eagle claws. The momentum was like a mountain. In an instant, it was pressed, so that the area of several feet was like a quagmire, making it difficult to move. Taking a deep breath, facing the power that was like a mountain, Li Su's face did not change. The Aha divine art was fully activated, and the Vajra indestructible divine art was fully activated. Aha lifts the sky. He raised his fists and raised his hands upward. One was a first-rate Ziksha. The other was a Shaolin Jianjiao. In an instant, the two people's fists and palms collided. Boom. The terrifying ki force exploded with the two people as the center. The power and the movement were like a thunderclap in the flat ground, which startled the wind and clouds. The shouts and killings around were all washed away at this moment. Puff. Li Su vomited blood, his feet sank into the ground, and the golden light on his body seemed to be shattered at this moment. In midair, Tuoba Zion was not feeling well either. The shoulder injury prevented him from doing his best, but even so, this palm was definitely more than 10 years of skill, and even the rocks would be cracked. As a result, not only did he not kill the other party with one palm, but he was really thrown upside down by the power, 2 feet high, and his palms were numb. There was a fierce look in his eyes. The more shocked he was, the stronger Tuoba Zion's murderous intention became. Now it's like this. What will happen in the future? The sooner this kind of person dies, the better. Turning around, Tuoba Zion turned into an eagle and swooped down again. Die. Below, Li Su, who seemed to be whistling through his body, as if a typhoon was roaring through it, and every tendon was aching, and the inner strength of the Vajra body protection divine art seemed to be dissipating, took a breath, a trace of regret in his eyes, but at the same time, a trace of anger. The golden light reappeared, and the Arhat's true energy rose again. Even if you really have to die, you will never have an easy time. Zuan Kang. Flying away by the collision of the two people's energy, facing this scene, Zuan Ci and others couldn't help but scream. Master, Master, where are you? Zuan Nan is dead. Zuan Kang is going to die too. Damn it, damn it. In the distance, Xianming and Xiangxing almost went crazy and blushed when they felt the movement here. Yipintang, damn Yipintang. Facing the crazy attacks of the two, the poisonous wolf and ghost face who were blocking the two at this moment were suppressed for a while, but it was obvious that they could not change the outcome. Gigi, do you still remember me? Very suddenly, a voice like a silver bell sounded, and a petite person, with an extremely ethereal breath, suddenly appeared on this battlefield, appeared beside Li Su. Mingyu Long. Everyone couldn't help but open their eyes wide. Wait, why? I've been waiting for you for a long time. The person who appeared was very different. At this moment, her hair was full of snow white and her eyes were full of frost. Although she was smiling, it made people's hearts freeze. Sorry little monk, it takes more time to kill a first rate than I thought. Shanking Zuan Shao. Facing Tuoba Zion's falling palms, Mingyu Long jumped up. Her small hands were as white as jade, and she didn't dodge or avoid it, and collided head-on. Boom. The collision sound was not weaker than the previous one, and thunder exploded. But this time, the result was slightly different. Mingyu Long floated down, her snow-white hair gradually turning black, but Tuoba Zion's face changed drastically, and he was shocked and flew high. The unimaginable terrible cold current squeezed into his arms like a torrent and rushed straight to his internal organs, freezing both lungs. Puff. He opened his mouth and sprayed, but it was not blood, but red ice crystals. Not far away, Lone Wolf and Ghostface. One of them changed his face, and the other's eyes condensed. Tuoba Zion was seriously injured? How? At the same time, a terrible and fierce howl sounded, and a sound came from outside Weizhou City. Wulian Xianzhen, Ziksha Yipintang, you are looking for death. The sound was like thunder, and the killing intent was like a tide. Shanking Sect, Zhuangxin Zenren, has arrived. Chapter 59 is over. Woo. As Zhuangxin Zenren arrived, as if sensing something, Ziksha blew the horn to withdraw troops. Soon, regardless of the south or north of the city, Ziksha soldiers retreated quickly like a tide. The faces of Dulang and the others changed. Obviously, they did not expect Ziksha to withdraw troops suddenly at this time. Ghostface directly distanced himself from Monk Xiangxing. After a glance at the distance, he moved his body and rushed directly to the east gate of the city. He picked up Tuoba Zion in the air and jumped up and said, "Retreat." In an instant, the faces of the masters of Ziksha Yipintang changed. Without thinking, they immediately jumped high, rushed to the city wall, and ran out. Where are you going? A figure instantly broke through a distance of dozens of feet and caught up with Ghostface in the air. He raised his hand and slapped the other party directly. Ghostface did not look back and threw a palm backwards in the air. Boom. The palm power exploded, and he took the power and rose again with Tuoba. With one palm, he retreated. Zuan Zinzenran, who was extremely furious, looked surprised at the departing Ghostface. This man was so strong. Stay here. Another loud shout, and suddenly a dragon roared from the ground. The dragon roar shocked the sky, and the dragon roar shocked the gods. A figure passed through the void, carrying endless momentum. It was the beggar gang's unique skill, the 28 dragon subduing palms that shocked 100 miles. Guan Xiaonan has arrived. Master. Below, Wang Jiantang couldn't help but shout. Beggar gang dragon subduing palm. Above the void, Ghostface was slightly surprised. He raised his palm, and in an instant, it seemed that he could burn everything with the blazing heat. He didn't dodge or avoid it, and slapped it. Boom. The two palms faced each other, shocking the world. One was extremely strong, and the other was extremely yang. The explosive power was even greater than that of Zuan Zinzenran's palm. Burning. Cold. Below, Xiangxing and Xianming's pupils suddenly shrank. In an instant, their minds could not help but recall the voice and appearance of their master who had nurtured them since childhood. Zhuangxin Zenran, who had originally looked calm, could not help but change his expression. The Central Plains martial arts, not bad. Ghostface twisted his body in the air, just like a shadow, and landed directly on the east floor of the city. Then goodbye. He jumped up, flying dozens of feet in the air, no longer like a human, and disappeared in the endless night in the blink of an eye. Stunned. Everyone under the city wall was undoubtedly a little stunned at this moment. It's over? This is the end? In the last second, they thought that people would die, and the city would be destroyed, but in the next moment, the battle was over like this? However, they turned their heads immediately. Zuankang. There is no doubt that, if Zuankang had not held to Obaziang just now, even if Zhuangxin Zenran came, they would probably suffer heavy casualties. When he came to him, he saw Ming Yulan quickly feeding him the pill, and at the same time, he placed one hand on Zuankang's back, and the shanking key continued to infuse him, helping him to expel the key that Tuoba had broken into his body. Exhaling a breath, Ming Yulan withdrew his palm and said, "Okay, he's fine." Wang Jiantang and others were relieved when they heard it, as long as Zhuangkang was fine. However, Zuanan and Zuanji. Ming Yulan jumped up and landed beside Zuanan, who was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He raised his palm and pressed down and exhaled his internal force. Yulan, this little monk is still alive. There is a force in his body that assists his heart meridian, and he is also healing his damaged meridians. He should have taken some medicine, which is considered to be surviving a disaster. Zuanan is still alive. Zuancheng and others couldn't help showing a look of surprise on their faces. In an instant, they thought of something, which should be the Great Huandan. But then they didn't, because even so, someone still died. Zuanji was directly ripped out by Tuoba. Even if the Great Huandan was extremely magical, it was obviously impossible to bring the dead back to life. At this moment, Zhu Jing stared at Ming Yulang in a daze. "Yulang, you." Ming Yulang stood up and clapped his hands. "Shanking sect, if you cultivate the Supreme Induction Sutra, you can see the key to a certain extent. After entering Weizhou City, I found that except for Master Xianming, everyone's complexion was very bad. In fortune-telling terms, the forehead was black, and there was a bloody disaster. Considering our current situation, this team wants to kill us all. Unless there is a first-class master who can attack us directly in Zixia Yipintang, not all members will fall into the killing calamity. So, I sat in these few days, performing my own martial arts not here. This skill is very special. Once it is activated, I will enter a very special state that people cannot recognize. Then I will return to the three elements as one, and continuously add my own true energy. Unfortunately, I'm not proficient in this skill, and my own strength is not enough. It was not until just now that I accumulated enough strength to defeat Tuoba, and I only have the power of one blow." Wang Jiantang and his companions were stunned. They recalled that before the battle, everyone seemed to have forgotten Ming Yulang. If the other party had not appeared just now, they would not have remembered him at all. Shanking sect is indeed the #1 Taoist sect in Central Plains. No wonder it can be ranked with Shaolin Temple. In terms of unique skills, it is not inferior to Shaolin Temple with 72 unique skills. Whoosh, whoosh, Meng Xianming, Zhuangxin Zenren, and Guan Xianan arrived. After looking at everyone, Meng Xianming exhaled and then looked at Zhuangji, who would never get up again and would never hear the other party calling for his master again. Amitabha. Even though he had been prepared in his heart and had enough awareness when Zhuangji came, he still couldn't help feeling sad when it really happened. Although he has no hair, it is always unacceptable for people to give birth to black hair with white hair. Master. Seeing Xianming, Zhuangzi and others were in tears. He walked to Zhuangji and sat beside Zhuangzi and others. Yes, I know. Sorry, Master Xianming, I'm late. Looking at the dead Zhuangji, Guan Xianan took a breath and said apologetically. They hurried very fast and realized that Zixia Yipintang was likely to be in Weizhou City. Master Xianming alone might not be able to support the whole thing, but they didn't want to hurry and still be a little late. Meng Xianming shook his head. Amitabha, karma and reincarnation, life and death are determined by fate, but Zhuangji didn't make it. After that, Meng Xianming turned his head and looked at Zhuangcheng and others. Zhuangcheng, you guys pack up and get ready. Tomorrow, I will bring the rest of the junior brothers and Zhuangji's body back with me. Master? Several people were stunned. The war was not over yet. Although Zhuangji was dead, they were extremely sad, but they hated Zixia even more when they thought of it. Listen, after this battle, except for the 3 commanders, the 2nd and 3rd rates of Zixia Yipintang suffered heavy losses. There is no need to be afraid of anything. It is useless for you to stay here. I will send you back first. Although Zixia Yipintang retreated quickly just now, Wang Jiantang and his men did not have the habit of letting them go. The 7 second raids directly killed 2 people, seriously injured 3 people, and the other 2 were also seriously injured. After saying that, Meng Xianming stood up directly. Master Guan, Master Zhuangxin, I will trouble you first. Guan Xianan and Master Zhuangxin looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. Others don't know. How can they not know? When they came just now, they found that in addition to Meng Xianming, there was another first-class master of Shaolin Temple in Weizhou City. I think it was either Xianwen or Meng Xiangxing. They saw that the figure chased out directly. Master Xianming, Guan Xianan frowned. Master Xianming's retreat was very sudden, and the most important thing was that another person chased him out alone. The 3 leaders of Yipintang, excluding the injured Tuo Baziang, the remaining 2 are not easy to deal with, especially the ghost face, whose strength is beyond imagination. It is undoubtedly very dangerous for one person to chase him alone. Xianming was silent for a moment, and then transmitted his voice. To be honest, Guan Gang Master, Zhuangxin Zenren, this time I came to Shaolin Temple. In addition to Zixia attacking Song, I also intend to check whether there is anyone in Zixia who can perform the extreme yin and extreme yang martial arts, and this person's internal power operation method obviously includes the 2 extreme yang and extreme yin internal forces. The one who chased him out just now was senior brother Xiangxing, and he has contacted Xianwen. Guan Xianan thought to himself that as expected, the figure who chased out just now should be Meng Xiangxing. However, the death of Master Lingquan of Shaolin Temple was not an accident, but man-made. Guan Xianan was shocked for a while. Master Lingquan was a person who stepped half of his foot on the threshold of super first class. Zhuangxin Zenren suddenly asked, Master Xianming, can I ask you for a favor? Can you please take my disciple back with you and let her stay in Shaolin Temple for a while? Meng Xianming was startled. Zhuangxin Zenren, what are you doing? Zhuangxin Zenren took a breath and said slowly, Master Xianming, I also want to find an answer. Chapter 60, enemies are everywhere. I didn't expect so many things to happen. Wang Jianglang and others who arrived later were surprised. He knew the strength of Ming Yulang, the mysterious woman of Shanking, but he didn't expect that such a genius would appear in this class of Shaolin Temple. The Vajra indestructible divine art. It is undoubtedly a legendary martial arts technique. He survived a first-class master. My god, is it so scary? Compared with Wang Jianglang's shock, Miringbo, who also came, had a flash of eyes and subconsciously clenched his fists. Although Gusumirang was also quite famous in the Central Plains, his family inherited Daozuan crossing Yi technique was even more famous, but it was a different matter from the Vajra indestructible divine art of Shaolin Temple. After hitting a first-class master, Miringbo, who was already 20 years old, had a gloomy look in his eyes. There was no doubt that he was still a long way from the peak of the second class, and the first class was obviously a bit far away. To Obazian, he had also heard of him. The 9-turn eagle claw was extremely sharp, and he had decades of experience to support him. He had no chance of winning against him. After all, although Daozuan crossing Yi could use the power of others to fight against others, it also depended on the situation. At present, he could only move to the second rate. The King Kong was indestructible, and the 3-element returned to 1. There was no doubt that he had no chance of winning, no matter which one. Thinking of this, Miringbo felt very uncomfortable. He inherited the ambition of the Mirang family and could rebuild day and one day. The existence of Zuan Kong and Ming Yulang was like a thorn in his throat. Moreover, through observation, Ming Yulang didn't say that he was very afraid of Zuan Kong. He was young, unusually taciturn, and had a special look in his eyes. He was unusually calm about most things, unlike a young man. Instead, he gave people a feeling of having no desires, only wanting to practice. This kind of person is very difficult to control. I didn't expect that the 3 commanders of Zixia Yipintang couldn't take down the other party. What a waste. Taking a breath, Miringbo's eyes flickered for a moment and soon returned to normal. He sighed and said, "It's a pity that even so, there are still casualties. If we could arrive earlier, it wouldn't be like this. It's not Brother Mirang's fault. It's mainly because Zixia Yipintang is too treacherous." Zuan shook his head and said with a gloomy face. Miringbo said in a gentle voice, "Alas, Master Zuan, please accept my condolences." Zuan looked at Miringbo gratefully and said, "Thank you." In the wing room, Li Su, who was using his power to repair his injuries and restore his true energy, opened his eyes, sighed loudly, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Fuck, Zuan Ci, no wonder you were eaten by Miringbo. It should be said that Miringbo, who always thinks about the great cause of rebellion, is always trying to win people's favor. GG, little monk, you don't seem to like Brother Mirang? Lying on the bed, Ming Yulang followed Li Su all the time after the end, and said with a smile in her big eyes. Li Su's eyelids jumped, forgetting that there was someone else in his room. He immediately put his hands together, suppressed his inner emotions and said, "Amitabha, Miss Ming is joking. I don't dislike anyone. Little monk, do you know? The way you tell lies is very interesting." Huh? What's the point of saying that, miss? Don't talk nonsense, I'm not lying. In addition to being good at observing Qi, the Shanking sect is also good at observing people. When you lie, your eyes will look unnaturally to the upper right, and your hands will be folded under your clothes. Li Su was stunned, and his teeth hurt. Micro expressions? Snap, the Shanking sect also studies this? I don't like him either. That person is too thoughtful, and has too many purposes. Sitting next to him is like a big divat. Li Su was stunned and looked at Ming Yulang in surprise. Yes, this girl is good at observing people. Even if Miringbo is a deep-minded person, he would never have thought that someone could understand a person's specific psychology through micro-expressions. However, if that's the case, why was this girl so close to Miringbo before? Ming Yulang narrowed his eyes like a crescent moon and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, saying, "He was the most interesting before you came." Li Su's expression froze, his face turned a little black, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. "Girl, respect yourself. Monks don't have relationships between men and women. GG. Ming Yulang smiled happily and said, "Little monk, when you get better, let's go shopping. Ahem. By the way, little monk, let me tell you, after I cast Not Here, I secretly went to a brothel. The master always told me not to go there, saying that it was a filthy place. I was very curious, and took a look. Guess what? There was no one inside. Lee Soo almost got a stitch in his side when he heard this. He widened his eyes and looked at Ming Yulang in disbelief. Auntie, this is too much. There is no need to go to a brothel when you are not here. If the master of Shanking sect knew about it, I'm afraid he would come back from his grave. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the other side, the Ziksha military camp. Really preparing to retreat. Many Zhang Shikai has already ordered the army to be assembled, and the camp seems very busy. Not long ago, he received a message that the Song army has begun to send troops to target his army from all sides. If they don't leave now, they will be surrounded. In the area belonging to Yipintang, Du Lang and Tuoba Xiang were not there, and only Gimian was left. It seems that it didn't succeed. A tall figure walked in. Gimian was stunned and nodded. The gap between the top skills and the first class skills is too big. That is to say, the martial arts of Shaolin Temple and Shanking sect are getting stronger as time goes by. Otherwise this operation will only fail more. You came back from Jiangnan so soon. Did the Shanking sect in Jiangnan succeed? The man nodded and said, well, by the way, Tuoba Xiang seems to be injured. The person was saved, but his internal organs were seriously damaged. I didn't expect that a 16-year-old girl could actually practice the 3U and return to one of the Shanking sect's supreme skills. And the little monk's Wuxiangjis, he almost destroyed the meridians near Tuoba Xiang's shoulders. He is basically useless. The man nodded. Really? But it doesn't matter. The cooperation with Ziksha has basically ended here. However, the three element return to one, the formless tribulation finger, and the Vajra indestructible, the Shaolin Shanking, has really been passed down from generation to generation. I remember that in the Battle of Chanzhou 60 years ago, it was the Shanking sect's D generation, Di Guangzhenren, who practiced the Supreme Induction Sutra to the state of one key transformation into three purities. And 100 years ago, there was the Shaolin Temple's Wu generation, the divine monk Wu Wang, who practiced the Shaolin Yijin Sutra to the 7th level of the Black Level Buddha. Both of them can be said to be unprecedented in history. Unexpectedly, now there are two more people, and this time they are less than 20 years old. One is the world's strongest Vajra indestructible, and the other is the world's strongest three-element return to one. With such unique skills, and at this age, if they are given 30 years, no, 20 years, the world will probably be like the period of divine monk Wu Wang and Yi Guangzhenren. Haha, junior brother also knows this possibility. It's totally impossible. Let alone us. Even if it's the Central Plains, how could he let this situation happen again? The stronger Yi Guangzhenren performed in the Chanzhou battle, the more uneasy he was, wasn't he? Otherwise, he wouldn't have found us. That's right. Senior sister, you should have already displayed it, right? The most yang and most yin martial arts? Yes. Then the Xian generation of Shaolin Temple should come after us, if nothing unexpected happens. Junior brother, are you sure the Xian generation of Shaolin Temple will come after us? Yes. Because 2 years ago, Master Lingquan, one of the only two remaining Ling generation monks in Shaolin Temple, passed away early because of someone's kung fu that looked like the most yin, but was actually the most yang. Master Lingquan? Isn't that the master of the four great abbots of Shaolin Temple today? Jian, Wen, Crossing, and Ming? That's right. Haha, that's really funny. Indeed, very funny. Let's go and lead them over. Yes. Chapter 61 Return to Shaolin. The next morning, Monk Xianming set off with Li Su and others as he said last night. Not only them, but also Mireng Bo and others who came with them began to pack up and prepare to leave Weizhou City. After all, as Monk Xianming said, the second and third rate masters of Ziksha Yipintang were dead or injured, and now they are no longer able to launch an attack. In addition, the Song army has already reacted, and Jingzhou Prefecture, Jiangnan Prefecture and others have successively withdrawn troops from various major cities and are heading in this direction. In Beijing, it was undoubtedly shocked to learn that Ziksha Yipintang had actually fought in Weizhou. News has been received that they are beginning to prepare for peace talks with Ziksha. Such a close-range threat is probably another Chinese alliance. In any case, it can be said that the war is basically over. Soon, the group organized to set off, left Weizhou City, and headed south. In just one day, they arrived at Fengxiang Prefecture from Weizhou City, which is less than 500 miles away from Jingzhou Prefecture. However, this time they did not go east to Jingzhou Prefecture, but continued to go south, and directly into Baoji County. Arriving here, Wang Jianglang and others said goodbye. Monk Xianming took a group of young monks from Shaolin Temple, plus a little girl, and Ming Yulang set off again. Go along the Wishu River, enter the Yellow River, turn to Henan Prefecture, and return to Shaolin Temple. The little girl laughed happily, and Li Su said it was a headache. On the way, she kept talking. Little monk, I was robbed last night. Wow, I have been in the world for so long, but this is the first time I have been robbed. It feels so fresh. When everyone heard this, even Monk Xianming, who was leading the way, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. They rested in Fengxiang Prefecture for a while, but the little girl said hello and actually ran to the gambling house. Everyone knows how powerful the eyes and ears of martial artists are, so naturally the little girl made a lot of money. But who opened the gambling house? Either black or evil. How could someone run in and win a big ticket and leave safely? Naturally, she was blocked. Needless to say, the girl happily beat all the 7 black-hearted men who came to block her and broke their bones, and then floated away. Today in Baoji County, she dragged Li Su to go shopping again. After all, it was agreed before. Li Su couldn't resist and had to follow her. Not long after, the girl ran to a small vendor, whispered to him for a while, and then ran over and pointed at the target and said, "I want to eat candied horse." Li Su was stunned. "You want to eat? What does it have to do with me?" As a steel straight man, Li Su subconsciously wanted to refuse, but he immediately calmed down. "Forget it. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I'm a tabha. Monks should still be compassionate. The main reason is that I don't know what this girl will do, if I agree or not. With her personality, it is undoubtedly not possible, but definitely something will happen." After thinking about it, Li Su could only nod. "It's okay, just a string of candied horse, it's not a big deal." The little girl smiled and ran to the vendor and held out her hand. The vendor also got excited and handed the pole to the little girl. The little girl smiled sweetly, and the pole weighing more than 20 kilograms seemed to have no weight. She carried it and disappeared. Standing there, Li Su was stunned. Damn, who buys the pole together with the candied horse? There are so many, can you finish them? The most hateful thing is that after the little girl ran away, she didn't come back. After waiting for almost 2 cups of tea, there was no sign of her. Li Su had no choice but to go back. As a result, when he entered the inn, he was surprised to see that the girl was sitting next to Zhu Jing and mumbling to each other. When she saw Li Su, she raised her white little hand and said, little monk, why are you back so late?" "So, it's my fault." Li Su's mentality exploded a little. He was so embarrassed by this girl that he had a shadow in his heart. Don't be angry, I'm not angry." Leaving Baoji County and arriving at the Wishu River, Monk Xianming found a boat and sailed directly down the Wishu River toward the Yellow River. Sitting cross-legged at the bow, Li Su exhaled a breath. Finally, he left alive. As soon as he relaxed, the circulation of his true ki became much smoother and began to flow rapidly in his body. Li Su was startled and felt that something was wrong with his true ki. Not only was the speed fast, but there was also a feeling of intensification. The meridians of the whole body had a reaction, and every corner was gushing out, heading towards the main road. Such a drastic change made Li Su extremely stunned. Although he could not control it, the strangeness did not make Li Su panic. Instead, he felt unprecedented comfort, as if he had ushered in a transformation just like the moment when the had gone was perfected. The true ki became more and more intense and began to circulate in his body. With each circulation, countless true ki converged into the Zaoshan, and the Zaoshan began to grow larger with each circulation. This kind of bigness was very strange. It was not the kind of thickening and widening. After all, the meridians of a person are only so big, and no matter how big the true ki is, it is impossible to cross the constraints of the meridians. This kind of bigness is visually big, and it is big in feeling. In the past, when running the true ki, I could roughly feel the situation of my own true ki, as if it were a stream, flowing continuously in the body. But at this moment, in the perception, these small streams have become huge one by one, turning into a huge river, with endless surging water in it, and the whistling true ki rushing down with magnificent power. Lee Su's face was weird. What was going on? The true ki clearly felt that it had not increased, but he could be sure that the power was definitely not comparable to before. If he faced Tuoba Ziyang that night at this moment, Lee Su would still suffer a loss with a palm, but it would not only shake the Vajra indestructible divine art. Feeling the strange changes in the true ki, Lee Su couldn't help but close his eyes and silently use the Vajra indestructible divine art. Damn it! Exclamation mark. You don't know until you use it, and you'll be shocked when you use it. The second level of the Vajra indestructible divine art had a crazy increase in strength, and it instantly crossed the middle stage and entered the late stage. After a few breaths, it filled up all his 5 internal organs. Cough, cough, cough. Stopping the technique, Lee Su couldn't help but pat his chest. The force was too much at once, and it almost compacted his 5 internal organs. Of course, this was just an illusion. Because it was too fast, he subconsciously had the illusion that his 5 internal organs might not be able to bear it. After stopping, Lee Su immediately felt that his 5 internal organs were vibrating. With the completion of the second level, they were changing, not fast, but very obvious. After about half an hour, Lee Su felt very uncomfortable, and he opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of black filth into the Wedi River. Then, accompanied by a deep breath, his 5 internal organs were clear in an instant, his limbs were comfortable, and he felt that his skills and strength had greatly improved. In this state, why not try the third level of the Vajra indestructible divine art? Lee Su almost died at the hands of Tuoba Ziyang. He still remembered it vividly. Before Min Yulang jumped out in the last blow, he acted calmly, but his inner feelings were undoubtedly another matter. Therefore, he was undoubtedly very eager to improve his own strength. He wanted to improve quickly and become first class, or even super first class. In short, no one in this world could kill him. With a thought, Lee Su quickly practiced according to the requirements of the third level. It went smoothly. The Zaoshan was formed. Not only that, but breathing was also added. After a while, he got used to it. New strength began to be generated on the tendons and veins. Moreover, this strength was generated very quickly. In a cup of tea, a thin layer of it covered his tendons and veins. Lee Su couldn't help but open his eyes. The third level of the Vajra indestructible divine art. So simple. Is it because of the improvement of the true energy just now? Lee Su looked puzzled. He did not continue to practice, but got up and planned to go to the cabin to find Monk Xianming. After all, it was too fast. And it is obvious that Shaolin Temple martial arts cannot be fast, otherwise it will go crazy. Hey, little monk, you have a reverse view of your inner world? Lee Su was startled. Reverse view of your inner world? Reverse view of your inner world? What is that? Zhuan Ci ran out, eyes wide open, face full of curiosity. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62, Internal View. Monk Xianming appeared, and Zhuan's voice was so loud that the whole ship could hear it. Looking at Zhuan Kang, he was shocked and couldn't believe it. How could it be so fast? He knew that Zhuan Khan was gifted. In Shaolin Temple, no, in the Central Plains martial arts world, he was probably a peerless genius who would only appear once in 100 years. But this was too fast, too fast. Yes, it was true that when Zhuan Khan came out of Shaolin Temple, he took the Dahuan pill, a pill that was said to increase internal strength by 10 years. But that takes time, a very long time. It's already very good to be able to absorb it all in 5 years. A powerful medicine, a strong poison. Absorbing it too quickly is not necessarily a good thing. But how could he have thought that in the blink of an eye, it would only take a month? Zhuan Khan could already reflect on his inner vision. Walking forward, Monk Xianming put his hand directly on Lee Su's pulse, trying to sense the condition inside his body. As soon as he entered, Monk Xianming took a breath. His ki was stuck on the skin. He could not help but increase the force to enter. Then, a force was generated in his body to cover his ki and dissipate it. Without waiting for Meng Xianming to react, Zhuan Kang's ki also burst out. The exclusivity of Ahad ki is very strong. Once cultivated, even the 9 yang magic art cannot be practiced. Meng Xianming could not help but shivered. His palms were numb from the pricking. But he did not stop and continued to increase the amount of ki. Finally, it was not easy to reach the meridians. He planned to feel if there was any problem. It was just when he reached the meridians that he felt an obstacle. This obstacle was very strange. It directly pushed away Meng Xianming's ki. Hiss. Meng Xianming could not help but shrink his pupils and twitch the corners of his mouth. This feeling, the 3rd level. The more levels of the Vajra indestructible magic art, the more strength there is in the body. The skin, internal organs, meridians, bones, and muscles are layered one by one, and finally become indestructible. 14 years old, well, almost 15. The 3rd level of the Vajra indestructible magic art. Suddenly, he found that the Great Light Sutra, which had made some progress in the past few days, was no longer so good. Instantly, Meng Xianming began to doubt himself. Did he not have the talent to learn martial arts? He was over 50 years old, but he had just entered the 1st class level not long ago, and had just mastered a 1st class peak martial art, and it was only a small success. He had made some progress just now. He was complacent and extremely happy, but he was completely shocked. Meng Xianming felt that the world was grey, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, I'm tired, explode for me, the world! Exclamation mark. However, Meng Xianming quickly adjusted his mentality. After all, he was used to it, right? Since the Luohan Fist, how many times have you been shocked? It's just that the skills of Zhuan Kang's practice are getting more and more difficult, but faster and faster, so he didn't react for a while. Master, what is the interview? Zhuanzi asked eagerly. No doubt he was very curious. Zhuan Cheng and the others also looked at Meng Xianming with curious expressions. Meng Xianming sighed and suppressed the thought of what the hell is this in his heart, and said slowly, originally, this is not something you should be exposed to at this stage, but since Zhuan Kang is like this, I will tell you about it. The practice of martial arts is based on the Zhaoshan. Whether a martial artist can become a top master depends on whether he has the Zhaoshan. You already know this. Everyone nodded. Once the Zhaoshan is formed, whether you practice or not, it will always exist and continue to circulate. The internal force will continue to accumulate over time, more and more. When one day it accumulates to a very large extent, you will see a very strange scene. In a trance, you will see a huge river, it roars and rushes past, and you will see countless sources converging to form this huge river. This is not an illusion. In fact, what you see is just the scene of the true ki circulating in the body, and it is a so-called internal scene reflection. In martial arts practice, if you can see the internal scene, it also means that the skill practice is successful. If ordinary people want to see this scene, they need to practice internal force for more than 10 years before they can see it. Zhuan Cheng and others couldn't help but widened their eyes and looked at Zhuan Kang in disbelief. Obviously, everyone is practicing together. Why can you see the so-called internal scene reflection? Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Meng Xianming thought for a while. Zhuan Kang's situation is not very rare. As long as you continue to practice hard, you should be able to see it soon. After all, they all took the Great Huandan, and it was not difficult for Zhuan Cheng and others to see the inner scene. On the side, Meng Yulang did not speak, but his big eyes kept scanning back and forth on Zhuan Kang. For martial artists, seeing the inner scene is not a very rare thing. It takes about 10 years to form a Zhaoshan. Meng Yulang also saw it when he was 15 years old. Although it is not difficult, the sooner you can see the inner scene, the better. Seeing the inner scene means that your skills are successful, and this success means that even among second-rate masters, you are at the upper level. At the same time, in the next practice, the increase of true ki will be faster and stronger. Although the martial arts are more powerful as you get older, the younger you practice, the faster you will be. If you become first rate before the age of 30, you are very likely to break through and enter the super first rate. If you become first rate after the age of 30, it is very likely that you will only be first rate for the rest of your life. This is the difference. Shaolin Temple's Great Huandan, +2 life and death battles. Ming Yulang blinked her eyes. As a Taoist sect, whether it is Shanking or Shaolin, the concepts are somewhat similar. In practice, they pay more attention to letting nature take its course, rather than oppressing oneself with crises and squeezing through various dangerous environments. Now it seems that life and death are an indispensable medicine for practice. Otherwise, I should find an opportunity to try it myself. HMM? Question mark? Ming Yulang's eyes suddenly flashed. Not only her, but Monk Xianming and Li Su also turned their heads and looked across the river. In an instant, their eyes condensed. There, a group of people stood. Black clothes, covering their faces. At first glance, they were not good people. After looking at each other for a moment, one of the men in black moved, lightly jumped onto the surface of the river, and stepped on the river surface, which was 10 feet wide, as if it was under great pressure in an instant, and collapsed for several inches. Then the man took advantage of the force to rise. In the void, he let out a long roar and suddenly slapped his palm. Not good. Monk Xianming's face changed drastically, and the Great Light Sutra gathered all over his body, and he suddenly jumped up. Wrathful phase. Boom. A blow in the void. Everyone was shocked. In the thunderous sound, Monk Xianming was pressed down from the sky by the man in black, and landed on the boat. Boom. The powerful and boundless ki force exploded instantly, and the wooden boat obviously couldn't withstand this terrible force, and broke into pieces. Go back to Shaolin Temple. All of you go back to Shaolin Temple immediately. If you are not first class, you are absolutely not allowed to go out of the rivers and lakes. Being pressed down by the terrible force, before entering the water, Monk Xianming spit out a mouthful of blood, feeling the cold before contact and the burning after collision. Monk Xianming was horrified, and an extremely cold heart rolled up. He suddenly realized something, and thought of something. Run. With a loud shout, he clenched his hands, and pulled the man in black, and the true key squeezed out like a tide, and forced the second level of the Great Light Sutra. The Great Light Sutra, the 3 parts of the Garbha realm. The second move, the Mingwang Seal. Chapter 63, Kang Tang Mountain. Time goes back a little. It was about a day before Li Su and his group were attacked. Master Xianwen, Zhuangxin Zenren looked at Monk Xianwen, who came with a trace of fatigue on his face, and was a little surprised. From the direction and time of the other parties coming, it was obvious that he did not come from Shaolin Temple. Master Zhuangxin, why are you? The main reason why he came to track Ghostface was because of the problem of the true key he exerted, so Monk Xianxing kept chasing him, and Monk Xianwen came here after hearing the news. It was undoubtedly beyond Monk Xianwen's expectation that Master Zhuangxin would be here. Master Zhuangxin sighed softly and said, my master, Master Dijian, suddenly passed away 10 years ago, and then found a pinhole-sized scar on his chest. The skin on one side of the scar was purple, and the skin on the other side was burnt black. Xianwen and the others couldn't help shrinking their pupils when they heard this, because after their Master Lingquan died, there was also such a mark on his body. A fist mark. The outside was burnt black, and the inside was purple. Master, you mean? I'm afraid that Master Lingquan of your sect and Master Dijian, my master, should have died from the same martial arts. We have been looking for it all along. Zixia Yipintang actually had doubts, but this is the first time we know that Gimian, one of the 3 commanders, has not only Yin Qi, but also Yang Qi. Xianwen and the others frowned tightly, feeling the pressure. Shaolin and Shanking, the 2 polar sects of the Righteous Way in the Central Plains. No kidding. As the masters of the Righteous Way, they are definitely the strongest sects in the Central Plains, with countless disciples and many strong people. Although 8 years have passed, there is no doubt that a force has attacked the 2 strongest sects in the Central Plains. I'm not bragging. Shaolin and Shanking, any single one of them is a top-notch sect in the Central Plains, one that can match half of the martial arts world. To attack the high-ranking members of the 2 sects is no less than a provocation to the entire Central Plains martial arts world. Without a certain confidence, no one would do such a stupid thing. the ghost face suddenly exposed itself, and after leading them here, there was no movement. With the opponent's strength, it is impossible for them not to know that they were following behind. Moreover, the exposure of the positive true key of the ghost face can be said to be completely unnecessary. Now thinking back, it gives people a sense of deliberateness. Zhuangxin suddenly laughed and said, "So, the other party is now waiting for us to go up the mountain? What do you think, two masters?" Monk Xianwen said, "Cause and effect have their own destiny, and everything has reincarnation." Monk Xianwen said, "All actions are impermanent, all leaks are suffering, all dharmas have no self, and nirvana is quiet." Zhuangxin Zenren couldn't help laughing. Wulian Xianzhen, all things come from the machine, and enter the machine. This last section, but with the two masters, it is really a wonderful fate. Amitabha. Xianwen and the two smiled at each other. Indeed, it was a wonderful fate. Without waiting, the three of them walked hand in hand and headed towards the mountain in front of them. Kantong Mountain is less than 20 miles away from Weizhou City. It was the end of February, the cold winter was over, the warm spring began, and it was the eve of Jing's. The top of the mountain was still covered with snow, and the green pines were towering above the clouds, majestic and magnificent. The three of them quickly climbed up, and in just a few minutes they had reached the top of the mountain. There was someone on the top of the mountain. One person. But he was not the person they were chasing, but a tall man. He was magnificent and majestic. Sensing the arrival of the three people, the man turned around. With a white face and no beard, his eyes were like lightning, and the huge aura around him overshadowed the boundless mountain scenery on the top of Kantong Mountain. Amitabha. Monk Xianwen put his hands together. He had seen countless masters in his life, but the man in front of him still gave him an unprecedented feeling, as if there was no end. Although they knew that this might be a trap waiting for them, Xiangxing and Zhuangxin still couldn't help but take a breath. Who would have thought that there would be such a master in this world? Although the intelligence system is not as good as that of the beggars sect, they have been watching and listening to the situation in the world. However, the person in front of him, regardless of his aura and perception, is undoubtedly the best in the world, but he has never heard of his name. Almost at the same time, the three of them spoke together. "Did you kill our Master Linquin, Dijian?" "Yes." The man was very calm and nodded directly. "I killed Master Dijian by piercing his heart with a needle, and Master Linquin was killed by a sneak attack and a punch in the back." After the words fell, Xianwen and the other two slowly closed their eyes, and then opened them, showing anger. Amitabha, Shaolin Xianwen, Xiangxing, asks for your advice. Wulian Xianzhen, Shanking Zhuangxin, please teach me. No more words are needed, no more understanding is needed. Shaolin Shanking, the three top masters of the martial arts world, directly attacked. Vajrapalm. Xianwen flashed in, and the attack was the advanced martial arts of Shaolin Temple, the powerful Vajrapalm, but no matter the heat or the strength, it is more than 10 times higher than Zhuangsheng's Zhuanzi. With one palm, the heaven and earth were shocked, and the huge true energy was like clouds and waves. The finger of picking flowers, Sakamuni picking flowers. Monk Xiangxing raised his hand and pinched it, smiling. In an instant, the pine needles in a radius of 2 meters paused, as if they were held in someone's hand. The hand of no form, the style of no form, the flowing clouds of no thought. Master Zhuangxin raised his hand and slapped it, and his palm became thousands, invisible and formless, like the clouds in the sky, like the wind on the earth, ethereal and uncertain, fast and slow in disorder. Facing 3 people, 3 moves, 3 absolutes. The man moved, slapped out with one palm, first toward Xianwen, turned his body, practiced a few fingers to hit Xiangxing, shook his feet, and then punched again. There was nothing special, but it was fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. After the 3 moves, it seemed to hit at the same time. Boom. With a loud bang, thousands of pine branches in the area of Kantong Mountain were trembling, and for a moment it seemed as if winter had arrived, and heavy snow was flying. Junior brother, do you think those 3 have a chance of winning? On one side of the mountain top, 2 men, one tall and one short, sat quietly, with a pot of wine and 2 cups, looking calm. No. Not only is that man's martial arts strange and inexplicable, but the nature of his true energy is also very strange, extremely cold and extremely hot, and the most terrifying thing is his speed. There is probably no martial arts in the world that can compare with it. So powerful, I kind of want to fight him. Is he better, or am I? Haha, although his martial arts are good, it's a pity that he won't fight with junior sister. Huh. He's just a cowardly bandit. Oh. Suddenly, a figure whizzed past, like a flash of lightning, and disappeared at the foot of the mountain in an instant. It's interesting that he let one go. The tall man turned his head and looked at the man who floated over. The man said, "The shanking sect's skills are magical. They have already broken his heart meridians, but I didn't expect that he could still live under such circumstances." The tall man said, "Is it over?" The man nodded, "Yeah." At this moment, behind him, on the top of Kangtong Mountain, Shaolin Temple's Shanwen and Xiangxing sat cross-legged, their faces ruddy and full of peace, but there was no breath from their mouths and noses. "This is what we agreed on before." The man raised his hand and waved, and two boxes, one large and one small, fell in front of Gimian and his junior brother. After saying that, the man flashed and disappeared. Gimian reached out and took the small box and opened it. Inside was a Gynoderma lucidum with 9 petals and 9 leaves, flashing with fluorescent spots. It had obviously been unearthed, but it was still full of vitality. Jiao senior sister. Ghostface put away the box, turned to look at the man and said, "Junior brother, what do you want? You spent so much effort." The man smiled and opened the box. He was surprised to see a lot of secret books inside. The secret books said 72 Wonders of Shaolin Temple. "Junior brother, your hobby of collecting martial arts in the world has not changed. Obviously, you have mastered the best martial arts. Haha, martial arts is just a way to become stronger for beginners, but at our level, it can be said to be thoughts, various schools, various thoughts, various differences, the most interesting." After a moment of silence, Ghostface said, "Junior brother, you live in the Central Plains, so be careful." "Oh, don't worry, senior sister. Although this man's martial arts are treacherous and his mind is deep, there is one thing, that is, he never fights a battle without confidence. Facing a pseudo super first class, he chose to sneak attack regardless of his status. It's not that I'll look down on him, he doesn't have the courage to fight me." The man stood up, picked up the box containing the 72 unique martial arts of Shaolin Temple, and floated up. "From now on, the martial arts of the world are in your pocket. Senior sister, see you in the rivers and lakes." Watching the man disappear, Ghostface took off the mask on his face for the first time. It was a delicate and pure face, with eyes showing admiration that a child would never have. Looking down at the box in his hand, the girl took a breath. "Defy life and death, seize destiny, Jiao can it work?" She was a proud person, with incomparable feelings for those who left, but she always felt inferior to her body. Take a piece and swallow it. For a long time. Ha 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 ha. The laughter shook the world, and for a moment, snowflakes fell from Kangtong Mountain. The small body held supreme power, but at this moment, it did not shock the world, but was filled with sadness. "From now on, I will never see you again." Looking again, the person was gone, and only a small box stood quietly beside the wine pot. In the box was the 9-leaf Kyangzi that made martial artists dream of, and crazy about it. It was missing a corner, and was abandoned there alone like garbage. Chapter 64, Chasing in the Forest. Back to the Wishu River, on the boat where Li Su and the others were. The boat cracked and everyone fell into the water. Hearing the roar of Meng Xianming, everyone's faces were filled with grief and anger. At the same time, they took a breath and jumped, and rushed directly to the other side of the Wishu River. After landing, Li Su looked back at Meng Xianming and the attacker who were both trapped in the Wishu River, and then turned to look at Ming Yulang. Ming Yulang blinked and nodded. "Zuancheng, you guys go to the Yellow River." With a loud shout, Li Su took off and ran directly to the south of the Wishu River and the Kindling Mountains. "Zuankang." Immediately, Zuancheng and others couldn't help shouting. Li Su ignored it and didn't stop. Not only that, Ming Yulang followed, and the two of them disappeared into the woods not far from the river in an instant. Chase. Without waiting for a reaction, the 6 men in black who were also rushing across the river on the opposite side of the river, without even looking at Zuanqing and the others, rushed straight into the woods and chased Li Su and the others. Facing this scene, Zuan couldn't help but scream wildly. What didn't he understand? The reason why Zuan Kang left alone. Just as he was about to move, Zuan Cheng grabbed Zuan Ci's collar and said with red eyes, "Let's go." Zuan Nan, Zuan Ku, Zuan Ji, Zuan Bei, and Zuan Du shouted at the same time, hugged Zuan Ci, and rushed towards the Yellow River along the bank of the Wei River. Zuan Ci screamed, extremely painful, "Zuan Cheng, you bastard, you." When he saw the painful expressions on Zuan Nan and others' faces, Zuan Ci trembled and suddenly opened his eyes wide. The anger that almost exploded his chest couldn't help but freeze. Am I the only one who is in pain? Obviously not. Everyone is in pain. But the more painful it is, the more I understand. Master, Zuan Kang, why is it like this? Zuan Ci took a breath, opened Zuan Cheng's hand that was grabbing his collar, stopped shouting, stopped yelling, lowered his head, bit his lips tightly, and pulled away. You have to live, Zuan Kang. Master, you have to live. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sure enough, the target is us. In the woods, Li Su sighed and felt the breath of the pursuit behind him. Ming Yulang said, interesting, little monk. Do you think this group of people are from that side? I don't know, but this force is very powerful. He could feel that among the people chasing him, only half of the murderous intent was locked on him, which means that the other half was on Ming Yulang. How dare ordinary forces chase the geniuses of the 2 major sects of Shaolin and shanking at the same time? Little monk, what should we do? Run first. Don't stop and kill them directly. Dare to intercept and kill, which means you are sure, but it's just a first rate. This Linoop may not be able to completely take us down. Are there more ambushes? Without talking, the 2 rushed all the way, quickly shuttled through the woods, and in just a few minutes, the kindling mountains were already in sight. Very suddenly, the 2 people's eyes flashed, and they practiced their skills at the same time. Vajra indestructible. Shanking Zuan hand. One of them had a golden light on his palm, and the other's palm was like white jade. The knife flashed, and went straight to the vital point. Clang. Without dodging or avoiding, the 2 men almost simultaneously attacked the knife light. With a sound, Li Su directly shook off the long knife, while Ming Yulang held the long knife. He raised his hand and slapped the attacker's chest mercilessly. Bang! With a sound, the opponent's chest collapsed instantly. He attacked quickly and killed quickly, almost pausing only slightly. However, in this moment of pause, several figures flashed by, and the long knife came out of the body, turning into a half-moon knife light, and instantly slashed continuously. One person slashed several knives, and gathered into dozens of knives, slashing at the 2 people. The knife light was pressing, and the one who attacked was undoubtedly a second-rate master. Li Su glanced at Ming Yulang, and the Vajra indestructible divine art was fully activated, and the golden light covered his whole body. He took a step forward, and blocked the dozens of knife lights. Ming Yulang was not moved, but she suddenly stopped and moved, left instead of forward. In an instant, the 2 people who were walking side by side, became Li Su in front, and Ming Yulang behind. She pressed her palm on Li Su's shoulder and her body rose half an inch. She didn't even look at the terrible sword light, and she kept tapping her sleeves. Shanking Zuanxi. Clang. The blade roared, like cutting gold and iron. The 5 long swords were directly rebounded, and could not be held. Puff. 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 The aura exploded, and Shanking Zuanxi pierced through the chests of 3 of the 5 people, before the 2 of them could make any move. Bang. Bang. The next moment, a huge bowstring sounded, and terrible arrows broke through the air from the left and right. Li Su's face changed. He was familiar with this sound. He had heard it countless times in Weizhou City. It was a crossbow cart, a double bow crossbow cart. He took a deep breath, and it was too late to dodge. He jumped an inch on the ground, turned around in an instant, and raised his hands. Luohan opened the door. Clang. There were 2 horrible explosions. Li Su grabbed the arrow with both hands. Even though his skills were strong, he couldn't help but bleed. His body was shaking with golden light. He was rushed out by the terrible force. Boom. 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 In the blink of an eye, He flew 5 or 6 feet away, and his back broke several big trees. The power was so amazing that it was unnecessary to describe it. Facing this scene, Ming Yulang seemed not to see it. When Li Su turned around, he also jumped up with the force. The little man jumped up with Li Su's shoulders as the starting point. His posture was like dancing, beautiful and magnificent. During the jump, he either picked up with his hands, flicked with his hands, or kicked with his legs. 3 corpses and 5 steel knives were instantly scattered by Ming Yulang, rushing over and chasing from behind. Puff, puff, puff. The pursuers who rushed forward obviously didn't expect it, and several of them were killed immediately. After crashing through 6 large trees, the power of the arrows in his hands finally decreased. Li Su shouted and unloaded the 2 arrows to both sides. Bang, bang. Even though they were blocked, they flew away in an instant. One of them fell into the ground and blew a 1-foot hole, and the other fell into the rock and pierced into the middle with amazing power. On his shoulder, Ming Yulang moved his body, stepped on the treetop beside him with his right foot, and grabbed Li Su's monk's robe with his left hand. The 2 of them jumped up and left quickly. In just 2 breaths, their figures disappeared in the depths of the forest. Looking at the figure disappearing in the forest, the black-clothed man who rushed over did not chase, but froze in place. Looking at the tragic scene that occurred in just 2 breaths of time in a distance of less than 10 feet, they couldn't help but gasp for a moment, and their eyes, which had always been indifferent, showed a rare look of fear. Are they still human? In this kind of battle, the weaker first class would be seriously injured or even killed. As a result, the 2 second-rate warriors not only blocked the powerful arrow shot from the crossbow, but also calmly killed 7 people, injured 5 people, and then floated away. Although the monk knew that the Vajra indestructible divine art could make it invulnerable to swords, he caught the arrow shot from the crossbow with his bare hands. He actually caught it? What a joke. Even the first-rate warriors would not dare to catch it with their bare hands, right? How did the girl do that? She did so many things on the shoulders of the rapidly retreating monk, and the series of dazzling movements was simply embarrassing. The people he was chasing were really just 2 second-rate warriors? Chapter 65. Top notch. In the Qinling Mountains, Li Su and Ming Yulang were running in a hurry. They were running very fast. The 2 who had formed the Zhaoshan and had conducted internal reflection not only had a much larger reserve of true ki, but also recovered faster. There were many second-rate masters in the previous battle, but they were easily killed. The difference between the famous sects and the casual cultivators who changed their careers was fully reflected. They were not at the same level at all. They were obviously both second-rate, but the difference was so big. Of course, this was also related to the extraordinary talents of Li Su and Ming Yulang. One had a world-weighted 175%, and the other, girl, you are a bit weird. Li Su looked at Ming Yulang in amazement. He was so strong. Not to mention, being born in Shaolin Temple, the weighted talent was the most terrifying. I'm afraid that even Xiao Feng would have to stand aside, right? This talent, in Jin Zhao's novel, is definitely the best in the ages. As a result, the girl next to him performed no worse than him. Is this still a human? During the Xianlang period, I had never heard of such a monster. That's right, although the story is Xianlang Babu, it is not necessarily the one written by Liao Jin, right? Reality has never lacked the spirit of magic modification. However, Li Su had a headache. Although he successfully avoided the encirclement, the situation made him feel more and more bad. It was still reasonable in Zixia, but what the hell was the pursuit here? And the target, his master, himself, and Ming Yulang, Shaolin Temple and Shanqing sect? Hunting down the 2 orthodox sects in the Central Plains now? Who in the Central Plains martial arts has the courage to do this? Did they have the courage to eat a bear heart and a leopard? Not only that, what Li Su cared about most was that the other party didn't even look at Zhu Wencheng and the others, and went straight to himself and Ming Yulang, which was also unreasonable. Zhu Wencheng and the others acted more ordinary, but were they weak? Not weak. There is no doubt that they are all geniuses, people who can hold the cards of Shaolin Temple in the future. So they let it go so easily? 7 second rate, 7 first rate in the future, why? At the same time, on the other hand, they hunted them down without any reservation. Look at the arrangement. There are more than 10 masters. Although their strengths vary, they have undoubtedly formed a Zaoshan. In this martial arts sect, is there a force that can show such strength? And a strong crossbow? This also gave Lee Su a very uneasy feeling. As the first military equipment of the Song dynasty, this thing can be obtained by anyone. It can't be. In modern times, it is an intercontinental missile, the core equipment of the Song dynasty. Things that Zixia and Liao can't get. How can a simple martial arts force get it? Moreover, even if there is a chance, the martial arts people will not get it. First of all, not to mention that the court is closely watching this thing. Once it is discovered, it will undoubtedly be immediately targeted by the court. Not to mention that using military equipment is obviously not in line with the thinking of the martial arts people. Lee Su is not a simple Shaolin temple disciple. He is a time traveler who has experienced a highly informationized modern society. Although the information is still fragmentary, he can't help but feel a chill in the depths of his mind. It can't be the court that is chasing them. The moment the thought came out, it was almost impossible to conceal it. After all, in this world, apart from the Imperial Court, how could there be a force that could cultivate so many second-rate people and also have military equipment? But why? Why? This group of people, except for Miranbo, that fucking thing, basically will not have anything to do with the world. This is the Song dynasty. Lee Su was suddenly startled, and his steps could not help but pause. He couldn't help but smile bitterly on his face. No way. This era is undoubtedly the best era for scholars. The emperor has almost no heirs, especially the current emperor of the party and government, who is the most benevolent emperor in ancient and modern times. He would think whether eating a bowl of amniotic membrane would add burden to the people. But, in this era of the Song dynasty, there is no doubt that the preparation of military generals is also the craziest. Unless you are a real pig. Otherwise, if you have some ability, you will not be squeezed out to the border to guard, and you will not be able to come back even if you die, and you will be on guard all the time. Look at how the first famous general of the Song dynasty, Deking, died. Scared to death. A famous general was frightened to death. How fucked up can this be? And obviously, these people in the martial arts world also have the word Wu in their name. Just having the word Wu in their name is actually nothing, but the martial artists in this world are all guys who can move around. After reaching the first class level, it is almost impossible to strangle a first class person with a large army, unless they are in an extremely vast plain area. And this is just the first class level. There are also super first class people in this world. Think about it carefully. In the final stage of Xian Long Babu, the Emperor of Liao led a large army to attack Song, but was captured alive by Zhu Zhu and Duan Yu in the midst of thousands of troops. The Emperor of Song might be relieved and excited for a while when he knew about it, but what about after that? I'm afraid he won't be able to sleep at night. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath, and his face was not only a little ugly. No way. If this is really the case, he really stepped into an unprecedented huge vortex. What's wrong? Ming Yulang found something wrong with Lee Su on the side, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. No. Lee Su smiled bitterly. Don't hit it. Don't hit it. Don't hit it. Don't hit it. If you hit it, it will be really fucked up. Ming Yulang was about to say something, but suddenly her eyes moved, and her face showed joy. I feel the breath of the master, and I'm rushing over. Halfway through the words, Ming Yulang paused, and her bright eyes showed a look of panic for the first time, which was extremely rare. Master? With a scream, Ming Yulang changed direction and headed west. Lee Su raised his eyebrows and felt more and more uneasy. At this moment, he seemed to feel a pair of invisible big hands covering him and clamping his neck little by little. Not long after running, a figure in the distance came quickly, so fast that it was unbelievable. Master! Ming Yulang couldn't help shouting. The figure paused, as if he had discovered them, and immediately ran over. It was Master Zhuangxin. When he landed, Master Zhuangxin directly spit out a mouthful of blood. Master? Ming Yulang hurriedly ran over, and was about to reach out to help. Yulang, listen to me. Holding Ming Yulang with both hands, Zhuangxin Zenran took a breath, his face showing an abnormal white color. Master, you heal your wounds first. No, listen to me first. Okay. Yulong, you are the only successor of my shanking sect. Do you know that? Yulong, the shanking sect has been wiped out, and you are the only disciple alive. Ah. Yulong, listen carefully. The person who wiped out my entire shanking sect is none other than the current head of the Xiaoyao sect, Wuazi. His pupils suddenly shrank, and Li Su, who was standing by, couldn't help but change his expression at this moment. Xiaoyao sect, Wuazi? How is it possible? Yulong, the shanking sect's unique martial arts, the Supreme Induction Sutra, was also taken away by that thief. The head and several uncles who liked you the most are all dead. You must take back the Supreme Induction Sutra. Do you understand? Do you understand? Ming Yulong was obviously shocked, and the whole person was panicked. No, how could it be? How could it be? Yulong, did you hear it? Master, everyone, how could it be? Why? Yulong, I asked you if you heard it. I heard it. Master, I heard it. The cute face no longer had a smile, only sadness. Tears blurred her eyes. How could it be possible? How could this be possible? Very good. Zhuangxin Zenren breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly raised his hand, and slashed Ming Yulong's neck. Immediately, Ming Yulong fainted. After picking up Ming Yulong, Zhuangxin Zenren turned his head, and looked at Li Su, who was extremely shocked. Sorry. After saying that, he jumped up. His figure was like lightning, and in a flash, he disappeared on the other side of the kindling mountains. Li Su stood there in a daze, obviously shocked by this sudden change, but the next moment he felt a chill in his back. Even if he didn't turn around, Li Su understood what the other party meant by sorry. Slowly turning his head, he saw a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard standing there. He originally came silently, and the reason he was exposed was because he had the intention to kill Li Su. That killing intent, even if he practiced the Vajra indestructible divine art, even if he was already in the upper middle of the second-rate realm, Li Su felt as if his soul was frozen. Your uncle. With a bitter smile on his face, Li Su's mentality exploded directly. Fuck, don't play like this, okay? Second rate, the opponent is first rate, that's enough, right? Super first rate, this is too bullshit. Without asking, there is no need to ask, the moment he saw the opponent, Li Su understood that the gap between the two was like the bright moon and stars in the sky. With a breath, golden light emerged. Standing and waiting to die is not his character. Buzz. A pine needle flew up, and Li Su had almost no time to react. The pine needle broke through the air and hit his Danshin in the abdomen. Bang. With a sound. It was obviously just piercing the Danshin, but the terrible power destroyed everything of Li Su, the indestructible art, the Aha true key, and the internal circulation. Puff. Bend over and vomit blood. Li Su staggered to his feet, after seeing his eyes go dark. Damn, this is shit. A top-notch person attacked a second-rate person like him. Where is his face? It was obvious that the other party didn't care about his face at all. Facing Li Su, whose Danshin was forced, whose skills were damaged, and whose meridians were mostly broken, he didn't hesitate at all. He took a step forward and slapped him with one palm. He had to do it without any mistakes. This is fucked up. Looking at the palm that was slapping at him, Li Su had never thought that his time travel, his legend that had not yet begun, would end in this way. Suddenly, a figure flashed over, cut in between the two, picked up Li Su, and rushed forward. It was Monk Xianming. His face was bright red. Boom. A palm lined up on the back. The terrible palm force instantly destroyed the heart meridian of Monk Xianming, who was holding Li Su, and at the same time passed through him, and the huge palm force hit Li Su's body, breaking Li Su's heart meridian. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Xianming did not stop holding Li Su, and rushed up to Qinling, then jumped down from the 1,000-foot peak. Sir. At this moment, the master, who was entangled with Monk Xianming by the Wishu River. Yes. I will send someone to find him. No need, the heart meridian is broken. Even the gods can't save you. Let's go. Yes. Chapter 66. Do you have to be so cruel? HMM. After an unknown amount of time, Li Su suddenly regained consciousness in the endless darkness. It seems that this feeling is not the first time. By the way, the last time he fought against that bastard from Zixia, he also had this experience. Wait. I'm not dead yet? In an instant, the white-faced beardless man appeared in his mind again, his emotionless eyes. This shouldn't be the case. With that bastard's temper, he would definitely not show mercy. Rescued? Impossible. Although Li Su couldn't be sure, he was definitely top-notch. Even the 3 Xianming monks couldn't beat him. Taking a breath, Li Su felt his body. Damn, it hurts. My whole body seemed to be broken, and it was so uncomfortable. Not only that, the most terrifying thing was that the true energy in his body could be felt, but it was like broken glass, scattered around his body and blocked in the corner. Once the thought came up, he couldn't help but feel severe pain. This is useless, right? Feeling the situation in his body, Li Su sighed helplessly. The prospect was undoubtedly not optimistic. However, he took a breath and there was no fluctuation in his heart. For him, it was undoubtedly the best result that he was not dead. As long as he was not dead, he could make a comeback. And after learning this lesson, in the next world, he would never be careless and would never go to the famous sects again. After entering, he would directly find a place to hide until the end of the plot. As for making trouble, after experiencing such a thing, only a lunatic would make trouble. Super first rate, what the hell? Throughout the Xianlan era, there was only the nameless monk, right? Although Uazi and Xianshan Tangleo were also super first rate, they were obviously cut into dogs when they appeared, right? As a result, what about himself? The super first rate came directly to kill himself. What deep hatred? Question mark? This is not a novel. It is not a novel, you know. And why didn't he die? Could it be that he was picked up by the other party? Damn, it's like this. What's the point of taking myself back? Kill it and eat the meat. This is a martial arts story, not a fairy tale, okay? After a long while, Li Su sorted out the crazy complaints in his heart and began to feel the situation outside. No matter what, he is still alive. Since he is alive, he should live on. Even if he is useless, he must live to the end of his life. The smell of blood. It can't be a prison cell, right? But it smells like flowers and plants. It seems that he was thrown into the woods. This smell should be his. Damn, it's really strong. Damn, there shouldn't be any wild animals around, right? In my situation, it's hard to move. I won't survive from the hands of a top-notch person, but die in the mouth of a wild beast, right? By the way, can dying like this be considered a natural death? After all, I have become a part of nature. After thinking about the memories in my mind for a while, well, it's a hammer. It's not mentioned in the textbook. Immediately, Li Su's heart was a little panicked. He quickly opened his eyes, trying to figure out his situation. After opening his eyes, he couldn't help but take a breath. There was an endless sky above, and mountains on both sides, one high and one low. Was he under a cliff? Did he think that he was killed and then thrown down? I was lucky that I didn't die. Was he hooked by a branch or something? Haha, this is not bad. I didn't expect that I would have such a fate. However, it stinks, and the blood smells so strong. Could there be another corpse next to it? Li Su frowned, endured the severe pain in his body, and slowly turned his head. Then, he was stunned. There was a person lying next to him, a person with blood dripping and unrecognizable face. Even though only half of his face was intact, Li Su quickly recognized who was the person lying next to him, who had lost his life and started to stink. It was the person who had been with him for 5 years and met and chatted with him for more than 800 days in those 1825 days. Monk Xianming. Although half of his face was blurred, he was smiling, and his face was full of an extremely peaceful smile. In an instant, Li Su's eyes blurred. Unable to help it, he opened his mouth and screamed wildly, even though it hurt every time it happened. Extremely painful, he still couldn't help screaming wildly. Is it necessary? Is it necessary? Is it necessary to be so cruel? I came to this world just to get some kung fu. The plot doesn't work like that. Screaming wildly, Li Su's blurry eyes were filled with one picture after another. Zuan Kong, come, eat pig's trotter. Ha, have you mastered the Luohan kung fu? Why are you still standing there, Zhu and Kang? Why don't you go fetch water together? Huh? What did you say? 3 volumes of scriptures. Have you mastered the second volume? Scene by scene, bit by bit, accompanied by the constant flashing of memories. Li Su was in pain, extremely painful. From birth to now, in this life, he has never felt such pain. It was as if all the tendons in his body were twisted, and his whole body was twitching and shaking. But the more it hurt, the more it hurt, and the more it hurt, the more it hurt. After shouting for a whole hour, his voice became hoarse and his throat was broken. Finally, Li Su had no strength left. He slowly closed his mouth, silently looked at the sky, and said nothing. Taking a deep breath, Li Su slowly closed his eyes. His mind began to turn, and he began to recall. Vajra indestructible divine art. No. Nine yang divine art. No. Although he survived, it was obvious that the meridians and true ki in his body were all in a mess, and he couldn't practice normally at all. What should I do? What should I do? Li Su didn't think that his survival was a miracle, and he didn't think that he didn't die because he was the protagonist. It must be that his master, Monk Xianming, used some method to keep him alive. Feeling the pain in his heart, as if being twisted by a knife, Li Su clenched his teeth and didn't care about bleeding. He didn't complain about himself, because this was the greatest insult to the master, who kept him alive. How could using his own life to save another life be a desire for the other person to suffer? To survive was the greatest wish of Monk Xianming, his master, for him. Oh, right, the first volume. Li Su suddenly thought of something, and began to recall the first volume of the 3 volumes of scriptures that Monk Xianming gave them when they were in Shaolin Temple. The first volume was full of contradictions. You have to practice, but you can't practice. It's very unique and weird. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible to practice. However, it's not that there is no strategy at all. It's just that, because he has mastered the Vajra indestructible divine art, Li Su doesn't have the skills, and doesn't need to practice this thing. Taking a deep breath, Li Su kept recalling the Zaoshan scene in the picture, once, 10 times, 100 times, and frantically recalled it, so that he could engrave it in his mind, and engrave it in his soul. Covering the Zaoshan of the Arhat fist, covering the operation of the Arhat true ki, and covering the Zaoshan of the Vajra indestructible divine art. Originally, this operation was basically impossible, but with the world waiting, although Li Su's operation was a bit inhuman, as time passed, there was really only that Zaoshan left in his mind. After 6 or 7 hours, Li Su took a breath and slowly closed his eyes, allowing himself to enter a state of no thoughts and no ideas. This is very simple. After practicing for several years, he can do it easily, and therefore his skills have improved rapidly. However, there are still some obstacles this time, and it took him a full cup of tea to enter that state. No thoughts, no ideas. Without practicing any skills, the mind seems to be empty. However, although the mind is empty, it does not mean that there is nothing on it. For example, the Zaoshan map that Li Su memorized frantically is still there, even if Li Su did not think about it at all. It seems a bit unreasonable. But obviously, this is the truth. Is the Vajra indestructible divine art difficult? It is difficult. Li Su got started in more than 10 days. Is the Arhat divine art difficult? It is difficult. Li Su has achieved the Arhat golden body in a few years. The world waited 175%. That is really not a joke. It is not an exaggeration to say that Li Su is the most talented person in Jin Zhou's novels, because his talent is so strong. I know the plot, and I'm invincible. Do you think this is a joke? Those who don't know outside can practice martial arts to that level. How could Li Su be worse? He is weak, only because he has been in the world for too short a time, and has practiced for too short a time. Give him 50 years, no kidding. Everyone here is garbage, okay? The scattered true ki is sensing, the twisted meridians are vibrating, and the Zaoshan map engraved in his mind is transmitted through the nerves and covers his body. Gradually, a Zaoshan began to form in his body, a brand new Zaoshan. As Li Su once again stepped into the Zaoshan realm, his pores opened naturally, and a little bit of blood stasis was discharged by him. Not only that, his heart seemed to feel something, and with each arch, a stream of energy was released, integrated into the Zaushan, and began to repair his body. After who knows how many days, until his stomach was almost flat, and he screamed like thunder, Li Su slowly opened his eyes. It's done. It's done. P.S. I originally wanted to add one chapter for every 1000 favorites, one chapter for every 100 monthly votes, and more chapters for every reward, but after looking at the data, and thinking about my hand speed, it's not that I can't do it, I'm just afraid of writing too fast, and messing up my balls. But I can't not express my gratitude, so today is the 4th chapter. Thank you everyone. These 2 chapters are a bit complicated. I won't do it next time. And by the way, I'd like to ask for favorites and recommendations. This is the last day. Chapter 67 passing by in a flash. Zuan Kang, when you see this letter, your master should have passed away. To make a long story short, don't be angry, don't be sad. Life is impermanent, and all causes and effects are predetermined. Listen carefully to what I'm going to say next. No revenge is allowed. Well, at least before the Vajra indestructible divine art is fully mastered, no revenge is allowed. Don't go back to Shaolin Temple. Well, at least before the Vajra indestructible divine art is fully mastered, don't go back. You already know how to practice the first 5 levels of the Vajra indestructible divine art. Before, your master told you that I would teach you the rest after I go back. Of course that was false. The remaining 4 levels, your master naturally knows. In fact, the last 4 levels of the Vajra indestructible divine art are not training methods, but realms, which are respectively invulnerable to water and fire, turning the ground into steel with your fingers, indestructible to all poisons, and seeing gods through me. If you can reach that highest realm, you can go to Shaolin Temple to obtain the method of the Vajra demon subduing circle. If not, Zuan Kang, live well. That person must have thought that he could cut the grass and eradicate the roots, or did he drink Buddha's horse urine? He didn't expect it at all, did he? Although the Shaolin Temple's Great Light Sutra is first class in combat, it is not known for healing. Even the Yijin Sutra is inferior to it. With the help of the Great Huandan, even if the heart meridian is completely broken, it can be repaired. Just super first class. Do you think my 2 brothers are given for free? The moment I saw you, I understood everything. My Shaolin Temple is not so easy to calculate. Want to kill my Shaolin Temple Xianjiao? No way. After the body recovered, looking at the message from Monk Xianming, Li Su smiled. Yes, master. Just super first class. I have to drink your foot washing water. Since I'm not dead, then the dead person must be him. Looking at the grave in front of him, Li Su said, don't worry, the disciple understands. The shameless old dog's strength is far beyond my current comparison. I will concentrate on practicing. I will wait until the Vajra indestructible divine art is perfected, and then go to settle accounts with that old dog. He can't run away. Speed, needle, hey, this Jinde Jianghu, this method, and the initial speculation, what can be associated with it? Li Su's expression was extremely cold, feeling the internal energy in his body constantly increasing. Would you rather give it to an external enemy than to a domestic slave? The day you come to the door, you will understand how to write the word death. Li Su did not leave the canyon, and he lived here directly. When he was tired, he slept on the ground. When he was hungry, he found some wild vegetables, and went to the nearby Han River to catch some fish. He was not a monk to begin with, and since he could not return to Shaolin Temple, he naturally did not keep the precepts. The first volume of the exercises was really powerful. In less than a month, he completely recovered, and even the injuries on his body seemed to be gone. You must know that, although the master repaired his heart meridian through the Great Light Sutra and the Great Huandan, the broken danshan was not restored. As a result, in less than a month, the continuous operation of the Zaushan not only repaired the danshan, but also the true ki that the opponent had injected into his body was discharged. After confirming that his body had recovered correctly, Li Su began to practice the Vajra indestructible divine art, starting from the first level. After being broken, the 3 forces in the body were directly shattered. Fortunately, the Arhat golden body formed by the Arhat key was still there, otherwise, it would be difficult for Lee Su to recover his original strength just by breaking the Vajra indestructible divine art. It took 2 months to enter the 3rd level again. This time, without the hindrance of the Songzia War, Lee Su practiced without distraction. However, the only thing that surprised him was that his martial arts were undoubtedly completely useless before, but now he has recovered very quickly, beyond imagination. The previous practice did not have this effect, which should be caused by the first internal view. This is undoubtedly good news. Otherwise, it would be impossible to recover the skills before falling off the cliff in 2 months. Lee Su continued to practice. After half a year, the 3rd level was finally completed, and the golden light on the body surface was even stronger. With one go, Lee Su began to practice the 4th level. The 4th and 5th levels were undoubtedly much slower, and the requirements for true ki were getting higher and higher. Apart from that, he did not encounter any other problems. Not only that, the Wuxiang Ji was also completely consolidated, and it completely entered the realm of the one finger end of the calamity. When it was used, it would not feel the pain of the meridians being torn apart after one appearance. However, even so, he could only use 3 fingers at most, and he had to rest after 3 fingers. And under this cliff, Lee Su also stayed for a full 5 years. 5 years, that is, he was 20 years old. As for the result, it was not bad. The Vajra indestructible divine art was practiced to the 5th level, and the golden light on the body was not the thin layer at the beginning, but very thick, almost an inch. After practicing to this point, he understood that the last 4 levels of the Vajra indestructible divine art left by Meng Xianming were not the practice methods, but the realm. Just like the Arhat divine art, the visualization method is the practice, and after the Tao is completely visualized, the Arhat golden body formed is the so-called realm. Therefore, in order to practice, Lee Su began to change places. It was not far away. After all, he had read so many novels, and the practice methods were varied and dazzling. For example, diving into the water and sharpening the golden body through the pressure of the water flow. Carrying huge rocks to sharpen the body. Finding wasps' nests, using wasps to exercise the corresponding abilities of the Vajra indestructible divine art. The days were very fulfilling, getting up at dawn and resting at sunset every day. Lee Su's hair gradually grew, his figure continued to grow taller, and his skills became stronger and stronger. Unknowingly, he had passed the hurdle of a second-rate master and entered the first-rate realm. Spring goes and autumn comes. Flowers bloom and fall. With his hair falling to the ground and his beard almost reaching his chest, Lee Su went downstream to the Wei River, entered the Yellow River along the river channel, and sat directly on the bottom of the Yellow River. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. After a full day, Lee Su floated out of the Yellow River. It didn't work very well. This place was where he specifically looked for, with a depth of 100 meters. It was not just a simple use of the Vajra indestructible divine art, but after the golden light appeared, he used the body protecting golden light to push it away little by little. This was undoubtedly extremely difficult. For a normal person, diving more than 30 meters is already the limit. If you want to go deeper, you must bring the corresponding equipment, otherwise the huge water pressure will easily take your life. Even if you practice the Vajra indestructible divine art, the water pressure of 100 meters is still extremely terrible, which is equivalent to every cell in the body bearing a force of almost 10 kilograms, which is completely different from carrying a 10-kilogram object in your hand. Not to mention that under such a deep water, he can still push the water away from his body by 1 foot. And this is not that he can't push it anymore, but that it has reached the limit size of the Vajra body protection divine art leaving the body surface. Coming out of the Yellow River, Lee Su took a breath and exhaled. So far, he has been there for 35 years. This year, he is exactly 45 years old. The 6th, 7th, and 8th levels of the Vajra indestructible divine art have been successfully practiced. To be honest, the indestructible poison gave Lee Su a headache for a while. It took several years, mainly because he couldn't find the corresponding poison. Although he was not sure if there was any poison that could kill him, he bought a pound of arsenic and ate it as a meal not long ago, and he only had diarrhea. As for the biological poisons, He basically absorbed them directly after eating. Although he was not sure what level of invulnerability to all poisons was, Lee Su felt that he was about right now. The only thing that made him a little confused was the realm of seeing the gods from my perspective. He had no idea what it meant. The first few could be understood literally, but what on earth did seeing the gods from my perspective mean? Forget it. He could not find the direction at all, so he simply did not bother about it. He decided to stop practicing the Vajra invulnerable divine art and practice slowly. Anyway, the kung fu of Shaolin Temple was just like that. You had to grind it hard. Just like the iron pestle, you had to grind it into a needle before you could have deep kung fu. Therefore, what he had to do now was to see the realm. That was the second time to reflect on the inner scene. He already had a feeling, but it was just a little bit off. He should be able to do it after working hard for a while. After returning to the valley, Lee Su began to practice every day, from sunrise to sunset. Then, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. He exploded. Damn, how long has it been? 5 years, okay. It still feels a little bit off. Where's your dad? Lee Su jumped up. Although he has the attribute of a homebody, he can really stay at home. He has practiced in the mountains for 40 years. There is no one in the martial arts world, right? If it were to cultivate immortals, it would probably take more than 1 or 2,000 years. Standing up, Lee Su rubbed his eyebrows and decided to go out for a walk. The demigods and semi-devils should have started. He would go to Kaifeng to see that bastard. He went there once, and the other party was still alive and well. He just felt that he couldn't beat him, so he came back. This time, he would go and see. Don't die. If he died, the fire in his heart would not go away. With a thought, the magic skill spontaneously appeared. The diameter of the master's tomb in front of him cracked, and the bones rose up. He stretched out his fingers, and the diamond force emerged, instantly squeezing it into a bone ball less than the size of a palm. Master, I don't think you'll come back after you leave this time. I'll take you home, and then go to Kaifeng to find that bastard and seek justice for you and your 2 uncles. Chapter 68. The 8th part has already begun. After crossing the Kindling Mountains and the Wishu River, Lee Su soon arrived at Jingzhou Prefecture, the future Xian, and the Xianyang of the Qin dynasty. He did not return to Shaolin Temple. After all, he had promised his master that he would not return to Shaolin Temple before he had mastered the 9th level of the Vajra indestructible divine art. Lee Su did not want to expose the fact that he was still alive. What if that old dog knew about it and hid? What should he do? 40 years ago, he could have the face not to attack a second-rate person. Knowing that he was not dead, how likely was it that the bastard would run away? Therefore, he went directly into the city and planned to inquire about the news first. As mentioned before, he went to Kaifeng once, so he came out twice in 40 years. The first time was 35 years ago, and he was going to send a message to Zhuangzi. It was not to say that he was still alive, but to remind this little bastard to pay attention to Miringbo, and not to let him pit him and give birth to Zhu Zhu. As a result, it was okay not to inquire. After inquiring, he found out that Shaolin Temple was closed. In an instant, Lee Su thought of it. Xianwen, Xiangxing, and Xianming, the high monks of Shaolin Temple, passed away. Even if the abbot was still alive, it was undoubtedly a huge blow to Shaolin Temple. As for Zuansheng and the others, you can imagine how they felt as they opened a way for them to live. It was not surprising that the mountain was closed. Therefore, Lee Su went back home and closed himself off again. Then, as the saying goes, there is no moon in the mountains. When he came back to his senses, the plot had already passed. He came out to inquire and was surprised to find that, although Shaolin Temple was unsealed, the abbot was not Zhuangzi, and Zuansheng and the others' names were not heard. By the way, Shanking sect was indeed wiped out. As a righteous sect, it became a blank overnight. Naturally, the news could not be hidden, and it spread in the martial arts world for several years. Ming Yulang. Lee Su sighed. Undoubtedly, if everything went well that day, they should have become good friends, and then waited for the Xian Lang plot to begin and end, and both died of old age. After finding a shop, Lee Su paid for a piece of clothing, took it, and went directly to the inn. When he entered, the child looked disgusted, then with a flattering look, he booked a room, washed, changed clothes, and sat in the elegant seat on the second floor. After ordering a table of food, Lee Soo sat by the window, eating while listening to the rumors downstairs. Hey, have you heard about it? How can you not have heard about it? During this period, the most lively thing in the martial arts world is his affairs, right? It's a pity, the dignified North Kao Feng, the leader of the beggars sect, and the famous hero in the martial arts world has become like this. What hero? He's just a kitten dog, damn it, he didn't catch up with this martial arts event, and let the dog thief escape. Upstairs, Lee Soo was stunned. The inertia of history is indeed great. The abbot of Shaolin Temple has changed, but Miranbo still came up with a plot to rob and kill Xiao Yuanshan outside Yanmen Pass. However, listening to the words of the martial arts people downstairs, Lee Soo sighed. Humans like to brag, no matter where they are. Judging from the aura, it's hard for a third-rate person to be surrounded and killed by a first-rate person, and the one who can fight with super first-rate combat power, Benny Kao Feng. And under the nose of his father, the peak of the first-rate Xiao Yuanshan. This is the courage of Sister Liang. But has the plot come to this point? Lee Soo put down the chopsticks in his hand, and the scene on TV before the time travel emerged in the depths of his mind. Whether it is Brother Huang's version of Xiao Feng or Brother Hu's version of Xiao Feng, only there, that section, made Lee Soo burst into tears, and she wanted to send a pound of blades to Jinda. Is it easy for Brother Xiao? Do you have to do this to him? Not to mention that everyone in the world harmed him. His father also harmed him. Isn't it enough? Is there anyone worse than him? No, right? As a result, he raised his hand and slapped the woman he loved most to death. This is not the end. Stuck between the Song dynasty and the Liao dynasty, it was difficult to be loyal and filial in the end, so he chose to commit suicide. Speaking of the competition of misery, Brother Xiao can definitely be said to be unprecedented and unmatched. When watching Brother Xiao beat Asu to death, his eyes were filled with tears. When watching Xiao Feng commit suicide, he was full of regrets, clenched his fists, and was full of anger, but he couldn't vent it at all. Perhaps, this is the best ending for Xiao Feng. Suicide is actually the best ending. Whenever I think about it, I feel a pain in my liver. In terms of martial arts, Jinda gave him an unprecedented huge cheat, but arranged a huge pit in life. Yang Jiuo is not as miserable as Xiao Feng, right? Although he was a little miserable at the beginning, at least he was happy in the end. And Xiao Feng, he seems to be heroic and unrestrained. Think about the plot. Damn, he has 2 fathers and 2 masters, but only his adoptive father is really good to him, but he died. His biological father killed him, and then his 2 masters, one kept it from him, and the other guarded against him. At the end, he left a letter to Ma Dayan. I said, Leo Wang, you were also quite heroic during the Song Xiao War, why is it so bit? If it weren't for your letter, there wouldn't be so many things later, right? Lee Soo sighed, looking at the table of delicious food, feeling bored. That's all. This was one of my obsessions when I joined Cheyenne Long, and now that I've bumped into him, I might as well go. Let's not talk about revenge, at least it's not in vain to come to Cheyenne Long Babu, even if it's just to satisfy myself. By the way, where is Xiaojing Lake? As soon as the thought came to Lee Soo's mind, the memory that he had searched on Beidou emerged. It seemed to be 38.5 miles northwest of Xinjiang City, Henan. Lee Soo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Is this also a special effect of the world bonus? So awesome. I just took a casual look at it back then and remembered it instantly. Do I still have this ability after going out? I guess not. That's really a toothache. However, I'm currently in Zion and the other party is in Xinjiang, Henan. I'm afraid the straight line distance is hundreds of miles away. This is a rhythm of running my legs off. Can't it be near Zion? Lee Soo was tired, but he still got up directly. The Battle of Juxianzhuang has passed. It is now August and autumn has arrived, which means that the time when that unpleasant plot will happen is not far away. Lee Soo stood up, threw down 2 taels of silver, and jumped to the top of the inn. With one step, he flew 10 feet like light. In a few breaths, he had already left Jingzhou Prefecture. After confirming the direction, he headed straight towards Xinjiang, Henan. He was very fast. Staying at home for 40 years. What does that mean? It's almost time for the second viewing, but it's not comparable to the past. Lee Su's current practice is not the Ahad key, but the first volume passed down by monk Xianming. Although there is no follow-up, this skill is extremely terrifying. After all, it is a top-notch skill, and naturally it is not a joke. After 40 years of hard practice, the strength of the key is far beyond imagination, and it is definitely not comparable to the Ahad key. Because of this, it seems difficult to achieve a 60-year period of this thing. The last bit, I haven't seen the end after 5 years of crazy practice. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but have a toothache. What kind of broken skill is this thing? Could it be Yi Jinjing? But even if it is Yi Jinjing so difficult to practice? Lee Su couldn't figure it out. If it is Yi Jinjing, shouldn't it be faster? For example, other people are 1-cylinder motorcycles, and Yi Jinjing is an 8-cylinder Lamborghini? While thinking, Lee Su ran quickly. His figure flashed, and he was 100 or 200 meters away, and a few steps away from a mile. He looked up at the sky. It was almost noon. Well, I estimate that I can get there before dark, and have dinner by the way. Lee Su pondered his speed, and touched his belly again. It seems that he should take the roast chicken on the table. When he reached the river, his true energy shook, and a big fat fish weighing 6 or 7 pounds flew out. He killed it with one palm, removed the scales, the fishy tendons, and the head, and operated the Wu Xiangji finger technique, lowered the speed, and sent it in with one palm. The fragrant fish smell was immediately emitted. Open your mouth and start eating. While eating and running, the fish bones in your mouth are almost the same as tofu. After eating 8 strips in a row, Lee Su finally focused on his journey. The main reason was that there was no salt, otherwise he could have eaten a few more. This Wu Xiangji's he is okay. It can not only beat people, but also cook. It's just a little difficult to control. I don't know where Jiamozi is now. Otherwise, ask him for the flame blade. It should be more convenient to cook with that skill. Thinking, running. The sun has not yet set, and Lee Su can already see the location of Xinjiang City from afar. As expected of me, 40 years ago, this distance would have taken several days, and I would have been as tired as a cow. Now I run here without a heartbeat or a breath. Awesome. My ears moved, and I heard the sound of key colliding in the distance. Lee Su blinked his eyes. I remembered that, when Xiao Feng met Duan Zhengchen, it seemed that the other party was being hunted by Duan Yanqing, one of the 4 evil men and a heinous criminal. Would he be killed by me? What a coincidence. There was a hint of interest in his eyes. He had seen the one Yang finger in TV dramas, but he had never seen it in real life. Dala's unique martial arts, the basic martial arts of the 6 meridians divine sword, although it is written in the book that it is just acupuncture skills, not very profound, but it is different now. Will it be the kind in the Hong Kong version of Huangjian, shooting out a yellow light? Well, this is unlikely. After the thought fell, Lee Su took a step and rushed directly to the direction where the sound came from. Not long after, they arrived. Standing on the top of the mountain, watching the constant collisions below, one with a crutch, the other with a sword, and at the same time, the little hands were constantly adding to the drama of the battle. Lee Su smacked his lips and watched with relish. Although he has the current strength, the two look so unsightly, and there is no difference between elementary school students, no, junior high school students, but this does not prevent him from substituting the scenes when he watched TV before. Not bad, not bad. The mainland version has a bit of taste. Duan Yanqing, that is really ugly, and it is courageous to be able to survive with such a look. So, that man should be Xiao Feng. Hey, you know what? He looks a bit like Brother Hu, with his hair spread on both sides and a proud aura. Not bad, not bad. The beauty next to him should be RZHU. She looks very nervous. By the way, she should know that Duan Zhengchen is her father, right? Alas, others are afraid of marrying the wrong man, but RZHU has recognized the wrong father. It can be said that, if it were just a little while at night, it would not be like this. This aura, Xiao Yuanshan, TSK, he is really my real father. You actually watched this drama to the end? You don't have any back pain when you stand and talk? Your wife died, and you stirred up the situation in anger and even didn't let your son go, but you watched your son beat his wife to death. Sure enough, you are worthy of being the two biggest idiots of Xianlang. Do you want to beat them up? Get a stick as big as a casserole? Forget it. Save people first. Changing this tragedy that made him cry several times in this world, even though it wouldn't change anything, at least it would make his dream come true, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69. Scared. After watching for a while, Lee Soo yawned, feeling a little bored. Duan Yanqing is quite capable. He should be at the first class level. Middle level, well, not even middle level. As for Duan Zhengchen, well, we must admit that this guy's martial arts skills are far inferior to his level of picking up girls. If it weren't for the fact that Duan Yanqing's tricks still have the outline of Dali swordsmanship, which is from the same lineage as Duan Zhengchen, allowing him to dodge, he would have been taken down long ago. However, it depends on the situation. Duan Yanqing is still good, no wonder he has been infamous for so long, but he has not been dealt with. Well, Xiao Feng took action. It should be that stupid girl who said something, probably to take revenge in person. Alas, Duan Zhengchen's character is not very good, but he gave birth to a good daughter. If it were someone more selfish, such as AZ, Duan Zhengchen would definitely die. Lee Soo shook his head. It's true that a scumbag father matches a filial daughter, otherwise how can the other party show how scumbag he is? If nothing unexpected happens, it should be 1 or 2 days. He didn't go down, but sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. Although he planned to change the plot, Lee Soo only planned to appear when Xiao Feng took action, and he didn't plan to participate in the book Xianlang Babu. Except for Xiao Feng, he still liked the other plots. As Xiao Feng took action, Duan Yanqing was obviously defeated and began to retreat. However, there was a problem with this direction. With a whoosh, the 4 evil men ran directly to the top of the hill where he was. Lee Soo couldn't help but open his eyes and immediately met the eyes of the 4 evil men who flew over. Damn, these guys ran from this side? The moment their eyes met, Duan Yanqing, who was about to imitate a cruel word, was stunned, and Yuan Yang, Yu Laozhen, and Yun Zhan next to him were also stunned. He almost killed Duan Zhengchen, but Xiao Feng ruined the plan. Duan Yanqing, who was full of anger, instantly had a murderous intention. As a man of the world, he also has to save face, right? Duan Zhengchen was not mentioned for the time being. He was forced into such a mess by him that he would not spread the news. Xiao Feng would certainly not do that. Even though he was extremely unhappy, he also understood that Xiao Feng's character would not spread such things. However, when a third party appeared, it was different. They had fought each other a few months ago, and they fought back and forth at that time. Now he was chased away by Xiao Feng like a dog. If this matter spread, how could Duan Yanqing still walk in the world? How could he still have such a terrible reputation? The crutch in his hand shook, and Duan Yanqing did not think about it and directly pointed at Lee Soo. The position was also very right, high above, just above the head of Beihu, a major acupoint of the human body, and there was no chance of survival if he was hit. Yuan Yang and the others looked at each other, and they all breathed a sigh of relief, with a little relief on their faces. Very good. Although they didn't know who this guy was, but after killing him, the fire in the boss's belly should be relieved a lot, and it would undoubtedly be much better next time. He was full of evil, but the title was not a joke. Poof. The one finger of sun, which could shatter rocks, landed directly on the Beihu acupoint on the top of Lee Soo's head. However, the scene that Duan Yanqing and the others had long been accustomed to, where their heads were shattered like a watermelon hit by a stick, did not appear. Instead, it was like a small stone falling into a lake. After hearing the sound of water, nothing happened. After feeling the power of the one finger of sun, alas, the Vajra indestructible divine art is a natural counter to this kind of skills. Even a knife cannot cut it. It is too much to hit the acupoints in midair to hurt him. Li Su slowly raised his head, showing an extremely kind smile on his face, and gently said, "Do you want to die?" In an instant, the four people's souls were flying, as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss, and every cell in their bodies was trembling. Even Duan Yanking, who had killed many people, couldn't help but widen his eyes at this moment. The crutches that he had held in his hand for decades, and were more useful than his legs, couldn't help but shiver. Is this a human or a ghost? Li Su raised his right hand, and flicked his thumb on his index finger. Boom. The finger clearly fell in the air, but it seemed to hit a real object, causing a huge splash. The four people were shocked at the same time, and their internal organs seemed to be stirred vigorously. They spit out blood when they opened their mouths. What kind of method is this? How did he do it? Almost without any hesitation, Yunzang's sneeze softened, and he was about to kneel down with a face full of fear and paleness. Although he didn't know who the person in front of him was, he instantly understood that it would be no more difficult for the other party to kill them than to crush an ant. Yu Leo-san's eyes were bloodshot, and he was going to fight desperately, and at the same time he was ready to shout, asking the boss to leave quickly. Yang trembled and couldn't control her body at all. As for Duan Yanking, his hand holding the crutches was full of sweat. If he hated it most in his life, it was undoubtedly his defeat and being abandoned. Then the thing he regretted most in his life was undoubtedly coming here to seek revenge on Duan Zengchen and attacking the terrifying existence in front of him. Li Su raised his index finger and put it to his lips. Shh, don't make noise. Killing these four guys, although it only takes a thought, but these four bastards still have a lot of plots to follow. In order to avoid spoiling the plot in advance and being forced out of the story, Li Su had a hint of killing intent, but he quickly suppressed it. He waved and said, "Okay, get out of here." The four people looked at Li Su with a look of panic, and then ran away quickly, disappearing at a speed faster than a rabbit. Run, run, run. They ran out of Xinjiang City and Henan Province, and stopped after running for almost 300 miles. Cold sweat fell down. The four people's pupils kept shaking, and their bodies were trembling. Even Duan Yanking was full of fear at this moment, which was indescribable. Old boss, what is that? Is it a person? Yu Leo-san, who has never been afraid of anything, said in horror. Although Yunzang and Yang did not speak, the fear in their eyes could be seen. They were also frightened. As for Duan Yanking, although he tried hard to calm his emotions, he felt a sense of powerlessness that he had never felt before. How long has it been since the day his legs were broken? How long has it been since he felt so powerless? As the only first-class master among the four, he could feel the horror of the man with extremely long hair the most. His proud strength was really not worth mentioning in front of him. It was like a small snake being pinched by 7 inches. Not to mention fighting back desperately, he didn't even have the qualifications to move. After a long time, Duan Yanking reluctantly used his ventriloquism. "I don't know, but I can be sure that this person is very strong. So strong that even Xiao Feng might not be able to survive a few moves in his hands." Xiao Feng couldn't survive a few moves. With a gurgle, the three people heard the words and their faces became paler. That was Xiao Feng of the North, the absolute #1 in martial arts in the current martial arts world. "Let's go. Find a place to hide first. All of you should be honest for a short time. Yunzang will send people out to check Xiao Feng's situation from today." Xiao Feng. "Boss, are you saying that man is here to find Xiao Feng?" "I don't know, but you all know what happened to the beggars sect recently. Maybe he is the leader Xiao Feng is looking for." Ah. Several people widened their eyes and couldn't help swallowing. If that was true, Xiao Feng was really unlucky. Revenge for such a person was simply a fantasy. Not to mention the means of injuring them. Using the Behu point on the top of the head to receive the boss's one-legged yang finger force was something that had never been heard of in the martial arts world. Chapter 70 Satisfaction. Time passed quickly. Night fell. Looking at Xiao Feng, who left the bamboo forest alone, Li Su chewed the chicken bone in his mouth, swallowed it, and stood up. The plot finally began. He couldn't wait any longer. It was mainly because there was only a house in the bamboo forest of Xiajing Lake in the wilderness. There was no village in front, and no shop in the back. It was really troublesome to eat. It's not that there was no game, but there was no salt. Although collecting salt was not a difficult task for Lee Su, he could get it by slapping it with his internal force. But where could he find a wall containing salt at this juncture? Although he was not greedy, it should be a little salty, right? It was really uncomfortable to chew it dryly. With a move of his footsteps, Lee Su flew up and instantly landed on the bamboo forest, stepping on a bamboo leaf with his feet, looking at the house below. After a while, Duan Zhengchen came out. Damn, awesome. If it wasn't for the real Duan Zhengchen in the room hugging Ruan Xingsu and talking about love, he would have believed that the one who came out was the real one. What kind of disguise is this? This height, this demeanor, this pace, is it retrained? Otherwise, I'll find this girl to learn it later. Lee Su couldn't help but touch his chin. It's hard to tell whether RZHU's disguise in the TV series is real or fake. It's a replacement actor. In this world fragment, this technique is undoubtedly very weird. Apart from other things, RZHU's height is at most 1.7 meters. Duan Zhengchen is about 1.85 meters. Not to mention the width of the body, the two are at least 1 centimeter apart. How did this girl do it? Although Lee Su can do it, it is through his decades of skills and the first volume of the skills that he can change his muscles and bones. RZHU can see at a glance that he hasn't even completed the Zhaoshan. However, looking at Xiao Feng standing quietly on the bridge not far away, he is indeed full of hatred and has lost his mind. Although RZHU pretended to be very similar, enough to be real, but in Lee Su's eyes, there were too many flaws. First of all, although Duan Zhengchen's martial arts skills are poor, he has at least mastered the Zhaoshan, but his ki is very poor. Then, let's not talk about anything else. Facing Duan Yangqing's pursuit, how fierce was Duan Zhengchen? His whole body was filled with the atmosphere of not wanting to die, but he turned around and ran to the meeting without hesitation, letting you kill him. What's more, others don't know. How could the leader not know? Xiao Feng's family was killed by him? Not to mention the grand news in the martial arts world now. After experiencing the Battle of Juxianzhuang, everyone in the martial arts world knows that Xiao Feng killed people everywhere to find the murderer. In this case, with the little strength shown by Duan Zhengchen, if he is really the leader, he will be scared to death on the spot when he meets you, Xiao Feng. There are too many clues. It's a pity that hatred is not right. After watching Xiao Feng take out the sachet in his arms, fumble around and put it back, Lee Su understood instantly. The big dog, who had been single for decades, was eager to go to the frontier with his girlfriend hand in hand. Revenge was probably just a duty for a son. After all, even if there was affection for a father and mother who had never been seen and had died for more than 30 years, how much affection could there be? It was not that kind of relationship, but just a stranger. Although for Xiao Feng, Duan Zhengchen's words would definitely not be able to withstand his 5 palms, but the so-called 5 palms would be the end of the grudges, and he was probably planning to completely let go of all the grudges and no longer pursue the details. Boom. At this moment, it seemed that the sky felt something, and lightning and thunder began to roar. After a while, heavy rain poured down. RZHU, who had disguised herself as Duan Zhengchen, walked to the bridge. Soon, a conversation that was irrelevant began. Xiao Feng, who looked like Brother Hu, began to use his luck. Looking at the power that was affected by the aura and the rainstorm, Lee Su's mouth twitched. Damn, he is worthy of being the protagonist. The peak realm of the first class, combined with the exclusive 18 palms of the dragon subduing, this power has entered the super first class realm, right? No wonder the nameless monk in the TV series was beaten to vomit blood. After all, people learn Yijinjing, not Vajra indestructible. With this palm strike, let alone RZHU, even if Duan Zhengchen used his internal energy to resist, he would be in trouble. Is this considered using all his strength? Otherwise, I might as well fight him to the death. With such a fierce palm force, I feel that my little chest will hurt for a while. Complaining in his heart, Lee Su moved his feet and crossed a distance of dozens of feet in an instant. He suddenly appeared on the bridgehead, in front of RZHU, who closed her eyes and waited for death, in front of Xiao Feng's earth-shaking 18 dragon-subduing palms. Xiao Feng's pupils shrank suddenly, and his face changed instantly. He was undoubtedly extremely shocked by the person who appeared. However, it was impossible to stop. In fact, he found that Duan Zengchen did not use his internal energy at all the moment he slapped his palm. It was obvious that he did not intend to resist. When he was ready to die in his hands, he stopped. Unfortunately, he had used up all his strength. How could he stop it? Boom. As expected of the world's #1 palm technique, the moment it landed on his chest, Lee Su couldn't help but grit his teeth. The 1-inch thick Vajra indestructible divine art was pushed forward by the opponent's palm force for a full 5 centimeters, which is more than 16 millimeters. Damn, it's really scary. You have to know that Duan Yang King's one yang finger didn't even shake the Vajra indestructible divine art when it hit him. Is this the power of the primitive world? He is at the 8th level of the Vajra indestructible divine art, close to the Jiazi level of internal strength. How old is Xiao Feng? Only in his 30s. However, Lee Su sighed and decided to be a good person to the end. After all, he came here to save the tragedy, not to break Xiao Feng's arm. He took a step back and directly pulled RZHU, who was dressed as Duan Zengchen, backed off several feet in an instant, and tilted the palm power of his 18 dragon subduing palms onto the bridge under his feet. Sir, who is it? Xiao Feng's face showed shock. There was actually someone in the world who could resist his 18 dragon subduing palms with his chest. Lee Su rolled his eyes and said, I'm going to say that I'm the leader you've been looking for a long time. What are you going to do? Question mark question mark question mark. Xiao Feng was stunned. RZHU, who couldn't help but open her eyes, was also stunned when she was lifted up instead of feeling the severe pain she imagined. Lee Su shook his head and threw RZHU on the ground. To put it nicely, this guy has a bold and unrestrained personality. To put it bluntly, he is undoubtedly a fool. You shouldn't be like that. The encyclopedia describes him as lively and cute, quirky, considerate, and smart. Has he become a fool after being with fools for so long? You even changed your appearance yourself. As a master in the field of disguise, this face looks like he is only 45 or 46 years old. Even if he is older, he is 57 or 58 years old. When was the fool's family killed? 30 years ago. How old was Duan Zengchen at that time? 15 or 16, at most 25 or 26. Let's not talk about anything else. The leader of the beggars sect at that time, Wang Jiantong, was almost 40 years old. How could he listen to Duan Zengchen? Boom. As a flash of lightning fell, Xiao Feng and Azu were both stunned. RZHU couldn't help but stand up and said excitedly, didn't my father kill brother Xiao's family? Lee Su stretched out his hand without hesitation and hit the other party's forehead. Seeing the other party shouting and retreating with his head in his hands. Nonsense. With the mediocre kung fu your father showed, let alone 30 years ago, even now, can Wang Jiantong accept him as a leader? Also, don't make such an expression in front of your father, it's annoying. As who? Xiao Feng finally reacted, and couldn't help but scream. An unprecedented chill was aroused throughout his body. Just now, if this person hadn't appeared, Xiao Feng shuddered at the thought of this. RZHU rubbed his forehead. Although it hurt so much that tears fell, he was extremely excited and happy. It was really good that his father was not the murderer of Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao. Immediately, the girl ran towards Xiao Feng with a voice like an oriole and the steps of a 7-foot-tall man. The two hugged each other. Watching this scene, Lee Su sighed deeply, with a look of regret on his face. It was a pity that there was no camera, otherwise this scene could be remembered for a lifetime. Perhaps he was too excited, or perhaps he didn't think too much, and he hugged RZHU for a long time. Looking at RZHU staring at Duan Zengchen's face, Xiao Feng couldn't help but shiver, and was a little bit overwhelmed. RZHU was stunned, and then she thought of something, and quickly reached out, and pulled off the human skin mask on her face. Then, the two hugged each other again. I'm sorry, Brother Xiao. RZHU quickly explained the reason why she pretended. The more Xiao Feng listened, the more scared he was. He almost killed his most beloved woman by surprise. Not only that, at this moment he also realized that Duan Zengchen might not be the leader. After a long while, the two separated. Xiao Feng took a breath and said immediately, "Senior, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. Xiao Feng will be grateful forever." "It's okay, it's okay." Li Su looked at the two with a smile. Although he felt a little uncomfortable after eating a mouthful of dog food, at least his dream was fulfilled, right? Looking at the pair of lovers in front of him, Li Su showed a satisfied look on his face. He turned around and waved his hand. "Okay, I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving first." Xiao Feng immediately said loudly, "Wait, senior, may I ask your name?" "Xiao Feng, your personality is not suitable for staying in the Central Plains. There are too many conspiracies and intrigues around you. After dealing with this fake news, leave and take your beloved woman with you." After saying that, Li Su's figure flashed and disappeared. "Senior." Xiao Feng pulled RZHU and wanted to say something, but he had disappeared. RZHU, who had calmed down, suddenly blinked and said, "Brother Xiao, does this senior know something?" After being silly for a while, RZHU's IQ was online and began to think about Li Su. Li Su, who was leaving the forest quickly, couldn't help but tilt his body and almost fell head first. Xiao Feng was stunned, and many thoughts came to his mind instantly. But when his eyes met with RZHU's, he couldn't help but tighten the soft hand in his hand. "I don't know, but it doesn't matter. RZHU, let's go. Go see Prince Duan and find out why Madame Ma deliberately misled us. If there is no result, we will leave the Central Plains." RZHU was stunned. Xiao Feng smiled. "This kind of thing, once is enough. There won't be a next time." "Okay." RZHU smiled sweetly. Her eyes were full of happiness. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After walking for almost 10 miles, Li Su stopped and looked at the person who blocked him. Xiao Yuanshan, no doubt. Li Su reached out, moved down a tree trunk that was as long as his arm, cut off the fork into strokes, and waved it, feeling extremely smooth. Xiao Yuanshan took a breath and said with hatred, "Who are you, and why?" Before he finished speaking, Li Su suddenly appeared in front of him with a kind face and said, "Shut up. Dung. Xiao Yuanshan, right? Dung. You are miserable, right? Dung. The Kao couple provoked you, right? Dung. You are the only one who has a deep hatred, right? Dung. You are the only one who is upset, right? Xiao Feng, here's your son. Why did you cheat him like this? How are you going to face his mother in hell? Revenge is revenge. Killing innocent people. What is the difference between you and the people who came to rob and kill you indiscriminately back then? Dung. Stop fighting. If you hit me again, I will fight back. Dung. 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 Come. If you don't resist, I won't be satisfied with fighting." After about half an hour, the big stick in his hand broke, and Li Su got up and left with satisfaction. Very good. He has no regrets in the world of Cheyenne Long Babu. His head was covered with bruises and his whole body was in pain, but Xiao Yuanshan, who was not seriously injured, lay on the ground with tears in his eyes, watching the departing figure. He recalled the time when he was a child and was beaten by his father for being naughty. He was suddenly filled with grief. Woohoo, you can't play like this. Chapter 71, all the way to Shaolin. After leaving Xia Jinghu, Li Su did not hurry on his way, but walked at a normal pace. If he came across an inn, he would go in to rest. After a full day, he would leave. After saving RZHU, he really let go of everything. He no longer cared about what would happen to Cheyenne Long Babu next. He relaxed his mind to the limit, felt the Vajra indestructible divine art, and felt the first volume of the exercises. One step, one day. Li Su walked very slowly, and even stopped along the way, to stop and look at the mountains and rivers of the Song dynasty. Cheyenne Long Babu is less than 3 years away from the end. During this time, he has to adjust his condition to the best, and then go to Kaifeng to find the enemy. Undoubtedly, this is not wise. After all, the fragments of the world will be untied once the story ends. Kill or not, the one in Kaifeng will eventually disappear. However, Li Su did not consider that problem. He has never forgotten the raw and pain of that day. If he can't kill that bastard with his own hands, what is the point of practicing martial arts? Sitting in the inn, eating, Lee Su looked at the clouds rolling in the sky. His heart was extremely calm. 2 years, no matter what, in 2 years, I will go to Shaolin Temple, say goodbye to Zhuangzi and others, and then go to Kaifeng. After making the decision, Lee Su became more and more casual. After 40 years of hard practice, his nerves were very tense, and every day he practiced. The 9th level, still can't be seen. The second scene has always been a little bit short. Faced with this result, Lee Su simply gave up. The 8th level of the Vajra indestructible divine art, except for Bodhidharma, can basically be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled. Regain your energy. If you can't beat this, then there is nothing to say. It can only be said that it is fate. Traveling along the way, Lee Su resumed the mode of practicing when he first came to this world, chanting scriptures when he had nothing to do, practicing the skills a little, and then stopping to stare at the sky in a daze. 1 month, 2 months. Just in Henan, Lee Su forgot everything and walked aimlessly. Of course, the story of Xian Lang was still going on during this period. Although Lee Su did not deliberately inquire, he still heard some news. For example, Madame Ma died, and died miserably. No one knew who killed her, and everyone suspected it was Xiao Feng. Well, that vicious woman still had a tragic end, but I don't know if it was AZ who did it this time. Then there was a rebellion in the Liao Kingdom, and I don't know if Xiao Feng was there, and whether he became the king of the southern courtyard again. In addition, the grandmother of Zezeng, Empress Dowager Zhuan Rengao, passed away, and Zezeng took power. Sushi, Suzhi and others were demoted and dismissed from the court. The emperor of the Song dynasty was short-lived as always. Since he came to this world for nearly 50 years, he has experienced 4 emperors: Song Rinzong Zhao Zhen, Song Yingzong Zhao Shu, Song Shenzong Zhao Zhu, and now Song Zezeng Zhao Zhu. Of course, that emperor didn't care. He went to Kaifeng, and anyone who participated would be killed. Complaints were complaints, but Lee Su didn't care much. He just walked, watched, and listened. Autumn goes and spring comes, and flowers bloom and fall again. 2 years passed in a hurry. Lee Su walked silently in the mountains and forests. With every breath, his body was undergoing slight changes. Not obvious, but it was indeed changing. It was hard to describe. The Vajra indestructible divine art seemed to have become an instinct. The magnetic field of his body underwent a huge change and began to extend inward, acting on his body. More than 2 months passed. Lee Su suddenly stopped while walking. His eyes began to spit out golden light. The Vajra indestructible divine art surrounding his body began to change. No, it should be said that his magnetic field changed completely and became an instinct. Just like the Arhat's true key allowed him to obtain the Arhat's golden body, the Vajra indestructible divine art also began to change qualitatively and transform his body. With this change, Lee Su trembled all over and felt the location of the 9th level for the first time. Shine on me and see the gods. So that's what the so-called shine on me and see the gods means. Instantly seeing the gods, Lee Su's body energy changed greatly. In his ears and vision, an extremely huge river appeared. It was very wide, unbelievably wide. A person in the middle was less than 1% of it. The rumbling water roared and rushed into the distance with unimaginable power. See the gods in my eyes. The second scene. Feeling the changes in his body, Lee Su couldn't help but be stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect it to be successful. He decided to change his cultivation method before, because he felt that he might be too pursuing and expecting too much, which made him fall behind. Therefore, he decided to go against his usual practice and see if easy cultivation could succeed. After all, he had read a lot of novels and had a lot of experience in them. Unexpectedly, he actually succeeded. Lee Su smiled and said softly, "Master, according to what you said, my Vajra indestructible divine art has reached the 9th level. I will go back to Shaolin and then go to avenge you." After slightly identifying the direction, Lee Su's heart rarely fluctuated. He couldn't help but be a little anxious. He moved his feet, and in an instant, he ran dozens of feet, a few steps a mile, and headed straight to the home that he had never returned to since he left at the age of 14. The scenery turned upside down, and the mountains and rivers were like flat ground under his footsteps. In just a few hours, Sangshan Mountain was already in sight in the distance. Back. Looking at the scenery, that seemed to have not changed, Lee Su stood for a long time, lost in thought. In a trance, the scenes of more than 40 years ago appeared in front of him again. The detached Xuanxi, the hard-working Xuancheng, the honest but full of energy Xuanan, Xuanji and Xuanku, the silent Xuanbui, and Xuandu who felt that he was not talented and almost lost confidence. There was also Xianming, who was obviously a monk, but made him eat pig's trotters, the serious Xiangxing, and Xianwen who were rarely seen, and the abbot Xianjian who always smiled at them. I thought I would live here until the end of the plot. I thought I would find an opportunity to change the fate of Xuanxi and others at some point. I thought I could become a big boss of Shaolin Temple without worries, and then practice all the martial arts of Shaolin Temple while lying down. However, everything changed when I went out once. It seems that from the moment the white-robed Buddhist from Pushan paid homage to the mountain, the stories he thought about and experienced completely intersected. Step by step, he walked to the foot of Sangshan Mountain, stepping on the stairs he had walked countless times. Lee Su's eyes slowly shed tears. Although his memory was extremely clear, he felt an unprecedented strangeness at this moment. Although there was almost no difference, he no longer had the feeling of that time. Although he was crying, his heart was not sad, but empty, nothing. Ha 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 ha. Lee Su couldn't help laughing. It turns out that Xuankang, the little monk from Shaolin Temple, actually died in Kindling Mountains more than 40 years ago. It turns out that this is no longer home, no longer. Ha 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 ha. He couldn't help laughing, couldn't help wanting to laugh. Standing there, Lee Su's face was full of tears, and his laughter was like thunder and lightning, shaking the whole Sangshan Mountain trembling. Master, Xuankang is back to the mountain. Master, that day, it's here. Master, wait a little longer, wait a little longer. Xuankang will leave soon, and I will go to seek justice for you. Chapter 72. The Terrible Shaolin Temple. On Mount Sangshan, in front of the main gate of Shaolin Temple. Today, it is not peaceful. People from all walks of life have arrived. Beggar sect, Xingxiu, Mirong. At a glance, masters are everywhere, and all the famous people in the Central Plains martial arts are here. Today, a case that has troubled many people for 30 years has been solved. Today, Shaolin Temple has lost all its face. Xuanai, the abbot of Shaolin Temple, led people to rob and kill Zhao Yuanshan 30 years ago. After that, he broke his vows and had feelings for Yuan Yang, one of the four evil people. Not only that, his son Zuzu, a former disciple of Shaolin Temple, also broke his vows and broke into the door. The 100 sticks in front of the Shaolin Temple not only hit the abbot Xuanai, but also hit the Shaolin Temple's century-old reputation. At the same time, several heads of Shaolin Temple were defeated by the foreign monk Jiamozi, the beggar sect Yutanzi, and the Xingxi old immortal Ding Chunqiu. The righteousness of the world in the masters of martial arts lost cleanly on this day. If it weren't for the last moment, when an unknown old monk appeared, I'm afraid that from today on, the world would have a different view of Shaolin. But even so, the century-old authentic Shaolin Temple has still become a laughing stock in the entire world. In the next 10 or 20 years, this name will not be removed. His father decided to become a monk. Xiao Fengside took RZHU and RZ, and helped Zhu ZHU with his sworn brother Duan to deal with his mother's funeral. Murungfu, who was also defeated, said goodbye to his father, and prepared to leave with Wang Yuan, Fengbo and others. The leader of the beggar gang, Yutanzi, worshipped the old immortal Xingxiu as his teacher, and was also completely slapped in the face. Looking at Xiao Feng in the distance, he was full of regret. In addition to the parties involved, countless people on Shaolin Mountain at this moment were full of words in their hearts. After leaving the mountain today, the world will probably be completely shocked, right? Whether it is Shaolin Temple, Beggar Gang, Xingxiu Sect, Mirong, basically all of them were caught in one fell swoop, and from then on, this group of people became a complete joke in this world. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a laugh sounded. The sound was so loud that it calmed the soul and captured the heart. In an instant, everyone could not help but feel their blood boiling. They felt sad and wanted to vomit blood. Everyone's face changed drastically. It was just a laugh, but it actually made them want to vomit blood. Almost instantly, Xiao Feng and the others, as well as Miranbo and the others, all changed their faces. Even the nameless monk was shocked at this moment. The power in this laugh was beyond imagination. A top-notch master? Are there still top-notch masters in the world now? Could it be that the person from Kaifeng has come? No, it's impossible. Not to mention that the voice is different. The nature of this power is also different. Just when everyone was extremely shocked, the voice sounded again. Master, I, Zuan Kang, have returned to the mountain. Master, that day has arrived. Master, wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Zuan Kang will leave soon and go to avenge you. Zuan Kang? The Zuan generation? Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Is there a Zuan generation monk named Zuan Kang in Shaolin Temple? Zuan Kang. At this moment, full of bitterness, monk Zhuangxing, who inherited the position of Shaolin Temple's abbot and handled the affairs of Shaolin Temple, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Others don't know, but he doesn't know. The first prodigy in Shaolin Temple for hundreds of years, he has successively cultivated Shaolin Temple's Aha divine art and Vajra indestructible divine art. It can be said that the Zuan generation has the most outstanding talent and the leader of Shaolin Temple's 8 monks. Isn't he dead? And the old people of the Shan generation? Taking a breath, Zhuangxing couldn't help but look up and look into the depths of Shaolin Temple. Although he is the abbot of Shaolin Temple, all the Zuan generation disciples of Shaolin Temple know that if it weren't for the tragedy that happened decades ago, the people who are in charge of Shaolin Temple now would definitely not be them. It's the 7 people headed by Zuan Sheng who have never come out since they came back from that day and have been practicing hard inside. If you don't become super first class, you will never leave the inner gate. When Abbot Qianjian passed away, Zuan Sheng and the other 7 people made a vow. Even if such a big event happened today, and the abbot of Shaolin Temple was forced to pass away, there was no movement. Amitabha. Almost at the same time as the voice fell, 7 voices from Shaolin Temple sounded like 7 thunders. Boom. With a loud bang, 7 old monks flew into the air and landed in front of the mountain gate of Shaolin Temple. With their hands together, the 7 people exploded with a shocking momentum. 7 first rate, 7 top notch. Unlike Zuanai and the others, the 7 people were undoubtedly first rate and top notch, with terrifying strength that touched the threshold of super first rate. In an instant, everyone on the mountain of Shaolin Temple took a breath of cold air and their faces turned pale. Even Miranbo and Xiao Yuanshan, who were amazingly powerful, couldn't help but change their faces at this moment. 7. First rate and top notch. Even the super first rate Wuming divine monk was not as shocking and terrifying as the appearance of these 7 people. Just when everyone was extremely shocked by the sudden appearance of 7 top-notch people in Shaolin Temple, a figure came in the air. His footsteps were not heavy, but every step was as if he was in everyone's heart. The grand momentum and terrible pressure. In just a moment, Sangshan was silent. Super first class. Moreover, unlike the nameless monk who was bottomless and could not know how strong he was, the person who came at this moment gave people the impression of being boundless. Just standing there, people already understood how strong he was. As the person came, Zuan Sheng and the others were stunned at first, and then they couldn't help but tremble. Their mouths opened and closed repeatedly, but they couldn't utter a word, and tears kept flowing down. For a long time. Zuan Kang. Senior brother Zuan Sheng. Senior brother Zuan Si. Senior brother Zuan Bui. Senior brother Zuan Ji. Senior brother Zuanan. Senior brother Zuan Ku. And senior brother Zuan Du. Li Su smiled and said, "Long time no see." Zuan Kang. The 7 people could no longer hold back, and rushed up, and hugged Li Su tightly. That year, they could only escape, cry, and watch their junior brothers and masters being killed. That year, when they returned to the mountain, what awaited them was the death of Abbot Qianjian, and the nightmare that kept them awake and unable to eat for countless days and nights. That was also the year they gave up everything, locked themselves in the sect, and practiced hard, and practiced hard again, just for one day, they could go out, find the murderer, and avenge their master and junior brothers. looking at the 8 monks of the Zuan generation standing in front of the gate of Shaolin Temple. At this moment, although they cried sadly, everyone felt a shock like a thunderbolt in their hearts. Jiamozi, who was always proud, couldn't help but turn pale, sweat all over his forehead, and his mentality exploded. The unknown monk was fine. The 8 in front of him, 7 of them wearing monk robes, each of them gave him the feeling that he could beat him to death. The one who was surrounded gave him a feeling that he was even more terrifying than the unknown monk. Fuck, isn't this a scam? That bastard said that Shaolin Temple is just a name. 2 super first class, 7 first class. Can the current Central Plains martial arts world put together such a lineup? Chapter 73 Go to Kaifeng. Senior. Soon, someone reacted. The father and son of the Zhao family. Zhao Feng was very excited. There was no doubt that the reason why he could be with RZHU was because of the person in front of him. He didn't expect that he was actually a senior monk of the Zuan generation of Shaolin Temple. Zhao Yuanshan was very unhappy. His liver hurt, his stomach hurt, and his whole body was in pain. The beating that day left him with a deep psychological shadow. Except for the 2 of them, the others were very upset and cursed in their hearts. Fuck, your Shaolin Temple is so awesome. You said it? You said it. Don't I believe it? If I believe it, I will only come here because I'm full. Well, many people felt a little cold in their backs, especially those who laughed at Shaolin Temple in their hearts. Their faces were green, but at the same time they couldn't help but feel lucky. Damn, it's better to be lucky than to be early. Fortunately, this scene appeared. If they had to wait until they went to the rivers and lakes and boasted about it, they would be scared to death. Li Su used his true ki to evaporate the tears in his eyes, turned his head to look at Zhao Feng and RZHU beside him, and couldn't help but smile. Although it was not obvious, he could hear the second heartbeat of RZHU. Not bad. Zuan Kang, where have you been? Since you are still alive, why don't you come back? Do you know? It's still the same as before. Although 50 years have passed, Zuan CI is still the same Zuan CI. Although the others didn't speak, their eyes undoubtedly showed the same emotion. Something happened and we were delayed. By the way, who is our abbot now? I wonder how you guys got along. You are not even the chief monk. I plan to take over your identities when I come back, practice with peace of mind, and get a martial arts secret book or something. Zuan Cheng and the others were stunned and couldn't help but smile on their faces. Although time has passed quickly, the person is still the same person. That's right. Amitabha, senior brother Zuan Kang, senior brother Zuan Cheng, senior brother Zuan Si, senior brother Zuan Bui, senior brother Zuan Ji, senior brother Zuanan, senior brother Zuan Ku, and senior brother Zuan Du are finally back and out. A big monk with a sad face ran over and looked at the 8 people in front of him and couldn't help showing a look of joy on his face. The backbone. The 8 people in front of him were undoubtedly the pillars of the Zuan generation of Shaolin Temple, and they have been since they were very young. Becoming the abbot, Zhuangxing was undoubtedly very panicked, and his scalp was tingling. Now, he was about to say something. Zhuangxing, you are the abbot. Zhuangxi spoke first, smiling and said, not bad, not bad. I used to think that you are steady, much more steady than that guy Zuan. With you as the abbot, we are relieved. Zuan Cheng and others couldn't help but nod, with smiles on their faces. Zuan Du said, it's just that his kung fu is a little bit lacking. Zuan Crossing, you have to work hard. The abbot of Shaolin Temple must be a first-class master. Zuan Crossing was stunned and immediately widened his eyes, looking at the people who spoke in disbelief. Although they didn't spend much time together when they were young, due to age and talent, they couldn't pee in the same trough, but they still had some contact, especially Zuan Ci and the others, who were very familiar with each other. Damn, these bastards, don't they plan to work in Shaolin Temple? Especially Zuan Du, this bastard, how dare he say that his kung fu is not good. You were the worst in kung fu among these 8 people, and you had no confidence, and you came to me for comfort. Damn, it was a waste of comfort. Turning his eyes, Zuan Crossing looked directly at Zuan Kang. No, he had to keep them here. The current Shaolin Temple is a mess, especially what happened not long ago is even more terrible. These 8 guys can't be left idle. Zuan Crossing, Li Su suddenly spoke. Here. Zuan Crossing stood up straight with a start. In the Legend of the Eight, Zuan Khan was undoubtedly a legend. Even Xiao Feng over there was not as scary as him. Apart from other things, when they formed a team 30 years ago, Wang Jiantong, the leader of the beggars sect who was already famous in the world, mentioned Zuan Khan with only one word: admiration. He once said frankly that, if Zuan Khan was still alive, the righteous way in the Central Plains would definitely respect him. There was still a little doubt before. After all, when he was in Shaolin Temple, Zuan Khan was not so exaggerated. Although the white-robed Buddhist child shocked them for a long time, this guy kept a low profile afterwards. Now that he appeared, Zuan Crossing probably had only one feeling, that Wang Jiantong was right. No need to be so, you are the abbot of Shaolin Temple. Li Su smiled and said, I have something to trouble you with. What is it? The Vajra subduing demon circle, is it there? As Li Su's words fell, Zuan Crossing couldn't help but open his eyes wide, and Zuan Cheng and the others took a breath. Zuan Xi's eyes widened, and he was extremely excited and angrily said, Zuan Kong, do you know who those people were back then? Li Su smiled and said, almost. Who is it? We'll know later. Zuan Crossing, can you give me the Vajra subduing circle? Ah, yes, I'll take you. Amitabha. Just then, a Buddhist chant sounded, and an old monk came out. Zuan Cheng and others stared at each other. This old monk is unpredictable. In front of the gate, a group of martial artists took a breath of cold air. An unknown monk. Zuan Khan? Yes. The old monk spoke and said slowly, can you let go of your hatred? Li Su's eyes condensed, and his eyes were cold. An unknown monk? I didn't expect the other party to come out and say such words. Although it was unexpected, it was not surprising. However, how could I let it go? He said, this is not hatred, this is what people want, and it is justice. This can never be let go. Oh. If the enemy is Ziksha people, it's fine. If the enemy is Kitten people, that's fine. I will fight in battle and kill the enemy, and I can also let go of hatred for the country and the nation. But my master and uncle didn't die like this. What they did was worthy of the country and the people, but they were calculated and killed by their own people on the road of defending their country. This is wrong and shouldn't be done. Master and his uncle shouldn't die like this. People who do good should have good results, and people who do evil should have bad results. Otherwise, where is the human heart? Where is justice? Li Su's heart was full of anger and murderous intent, but he would not get his direction wrong. Standing there, he looked at the nameless monk. Li Su's aura began to change, and his true energy began to stir. If you still want me to send this, then I will kill you first, and then go to Kaifeng to kill that bastard. In an instant, the atmosphere in front of Shaolin Temple changed. Everyone couldn't help but look at the old monk. What would he say? Zuan Crossing and the others clenched their fists, their palms were full of sweat, and they were extremely nervous. Zuan Cheng and the others slowly turned around and looked at the old monk without saying a word. They had never forgotten the death of their master. If practicing Buddhism meant forgetting even the most basic filial piety, then the Buddha would be immortal. The nameless old monk looked at Li Su quietly, and after a moment he nodded. Is that so? I understand. This is the Vajra subduing demon circle. 42 years ago, senior brother Xian Jian entrusted it to me. Now I hand it over to you, and let this old monk tell you that no matter what you choose, Shaolin Temple will support you, so just do it. This old monk from Shaolin Temple is here. Taking out a secret book, the old monk gently pushed it and came to Li Su. Li Su took a breath, stretched out his hand to catch the secret book, and held it tightly in his hand. He slowly said, Master, I give it to you, and I'm sorry to trouble Shaolin. All results are caused by causes, and all retributions are caused by karma. Amitabha. After saying this, the nameless old monk turned and left. Looking at the secret book in his hand, Li Su closed his eyes for a moment, opened it without any hesitation, and began to read. Brother Zuan Kong, why don't you go in first, take a rest first, and then read it later? Monk Zhuangxing couldn't help but say, no need. Quickly flipping through the Vajra subduing demon circle, Li Su closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, closed the secret book, and returned it to Zhuangxing. with a smile on his face, saying, "Now, it's not time to go back to the mountain." After saying this, he turned around and walked a few steps, slowly raised his palm, and activated the indestructible power. But a terrifying roar broke out on his palm, and in an instant it turned into a golden ring. The ring seemed real but not real, and appeared in the void. Along with the terrible roar, it burst out with an incomparably terrifying power. Hundreds of martial artists in the audience, just hearing the sound of the ring, already felt their blood boiling and extremely uncomfortable. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. "I have little education, but shouldn't kung fu be something that is cultivated over months, years, decades, and years? So that's it, Master. Is this why you asked me to return to Shaolin Temple to learn the demon subduing circle?" Withdrawing his palm, Li Su looked back at Zhu and Cheng and the others, with a smile on his face, and said, "My fellow brothers, Zhu and Kang will go first." Zhu and Ci and the others couldn't help but look at each other and said, "Brother, where are you going?" Li Su said softly, "I'm going to Kaifeng to seek justice for my master and uncle." Chapter 74. The Man in Kaifeng. As soon as the words fell, Li Su moved his footsteps. The next moment, he appeared 50 feet away. After another move, he was 100 feet away. After a few times, his figure had disappeared on Sangshan Mountain. The sky has fallen. At this moment, whether it is Shaolin Temple itself, or the Central Plains martial artists present, there is only one thought in their minds. Kaifeng? What is that place? The heart of the Song dynasty, the core of the court. Not only that, they heard from the conversation just now that these 8 Shaolin Temple Xuanzi generation monks have a story and a hatred. Feeling the reckless murderous intent of Zhu and Cheng and others, many old people thought of what happened to the 2 great masters of the righteous path in the world almost 42 years ago. The Shanking sect was wiped out, and all the Shaolin Temple Xianzi generation monks passed away. Although the latter feels much better than the former. In fact, the Shaolin Temple at that time was very sad. Many evil people ran into the Shaolin Temple to make trouble. It can be said that the reason why the martial artists dare to go to Shaolin Temple is because they know that, although Shaolin Temple still has the title of the best in the world, it is actually not what it used to be. The master Zhuan Khan who left is a top-notch master. It is definitely not a small matter for him to go to Kaifeng to find his enemies. And they also heard the conversation just now. 42 years ago, if I remember correctly, it was the Songzia War period. Shaolin Temple also went to participate in the battle, but was killed by their own people. Kaifeng, I have never heard of a martial arts sect. Thinking of this, everyone was shivering. Something big is definitely going to happen. In the Central Plains martial arts world today, the second rate is enough to be famous all over the world, and the first rate can be counted on one hand. The super first rate, before going to Shaolin Temple, I had never heard of it. An unknown monk is already terrible, and there is another Zhuan Khan, and even if it is only a second-rate master in the martial arts world, it can produce huge destructive power, let alone the first rate. The other party is going to Kaifeng again. What is the concept? What kind of scene will it be? At the same time of shock, countless martial artists couldn't help but take a breath. They felt that something big would happen next, something unprecedented. Shock, shock. At this moment, Xiao Yuanshan and Mirenbo, who came out with a nameless monk, but did not go back immediately, couldn't help but clench their fists. They felt something different. If nothing else, Zhu and Kang's strength was probably not much different from that of the nameless old monk. Even if they went to the palace and killed the emperor, it would not be very difficult. Zhu and Kang, who already had super first class strength, did not go directly, but returned to Shaolin to learn martial arts. Doesn't that mean that there is an enemy in Kaifeng? After learning martial arts for a lifetime, he is only the top of the first class, touching the pseudo super first class. Although he was shocked by the kung fu of the nameless monk, it was obvious that the nameless monk was just a small fight with them, and he couldn't see anything at all. A duel between super first class? What kind of concept is that? Go. Zhu and Ci flew up without hesitation. Zhu and Cheng and his men immediately rushed up and chased the direction where Li Su left. No matter where, the bloody case 42 years ago must be explained. It must be. The movement of the 7 people seemed to have lit a fuse. In an instant, the martial artists in front of the Shaolin temple in Songshan exploded. While signaling their subordinates to pass on the message, they also rushed to Kaifeng without stopping. Second brother, third brother, I'm going to Kaifeng. Big brother? Xiao Feng said, that senior has done me a favor. I want to go and see. I'm going to. Zhu Zhu suddenly said, Kaifeng, Senior Wuazi, Senior Tong Lao, and Senior Qiu have all mentioned it. I want to go and see it. Duan Yu blinked and said directly, then let's go. We'll go together. Yeah. The moment before, it was still the Shaolin temple in the center of the Central Plains martial arts world, but after a cup of tea, only the Shaolin temple abbot Zuan Crossing and his men were left. Abbot? Let's go. Go to Kaifeng? Return to the sect and close the mountain. Unless Zuan Cheng and his gang of bastards come back, Shaolin temple will not care about worldly affairs for 100 years. Zuan Kang entered the mountain, but not the entrance. Why? Because he was going to Kaifeng to seek justice. No matter who he was seeking justice for, what would the Song dynasty think? For a moment, Monk Zhuangxing had a headache. Suddenly, he felt that Zuan that bastard, was not a human being. He killed the wrong person, broke the precepts, and had sex with a woman, and even had a son, but he died in the end. All the troubles were thrown on him. Ami, you to offer. This beast is not a human. Asterisk 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 Kaifeng and Songshan are not far away. They are both in Henan, located in the northeast. Li Su did not walk fast, but he was definitely not comparable to ordinary martial artists. The 300 miles of distance was shortened rapidly under his feet. It took less than an hour from departure to arrival. Li Su stopped to watch the bustling Kaifeng, the heart of the Song dynasty. 100 and several dozen years ago, Zhao Kuangayan launched the Chinqiao mutiny at Chinqiao Post House, 40 miles north of Kaifeng City, and established the Song dynasty with Song as the country's name. The capital was Kaifeng Prefecture in Tokyo, which was called Biantao, Bianliang, and Bianjing in ancient times. The later Liang, later Jin, later Han, and later Zhou dynasties in the Five Dynasties, as well as the Jin dynasty and the Southern Song dynasty, all established their capitals here. It is known as the ancient capital of 8 dynasties, and it is also the place where the King Mengshang II was created. Not only that, during the Song dynasty, commerce was extremely developed. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was the world's first economic center. Just this point shows how prosperous Kaifeng is. Standing outside the city of Kaifeng, Li Su looked at the ancient capital of 8 dynasties in front of him for a long time, and then the aura around him slowly opened up. He stepped into this city with an incomparable history. Immediately, his years that had been suspended for 42 years began to flow at this moment. He walked through the Nangsan Gate. This is a straight road. After passing it, you will reach Langlu Bridge, then Zhu Gate, Zhao Bridge, and then Yudao. After Yudao, you will reach Zuan Gate, where the Imperial Palace is located. To the east of Zuan Gate is Donghua Gate. Scholars in the Song dynasty walked there after passing the Imperial examination. The saying a man who is called out outside Donghua Gate is a good man comes from here. It was a phrase that Yi King, the first famous general of the Song dynasty, could never forget in his life. He was demoted to Qinzhou and died in depression. Asterisk 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 in the deepest part of the imperial city, there is a small palace here. It originally belonged to the scope of Yanfu Palace, but 100 years ago, Zhao Heng, the Emperor Zhenzong of Song dynasty, suddenly marked it out and did not allow anyone to enter or leave. He even issued an imperial decree before his death to isolate it forever. It is a place colder than the cold palace. Basically, no one will enter or leave here. In this extremely deserted palace, there is a person sitting. He is wearing a black 5-clawed dragon robe and sitting on a high seat. He is as imposing as the abyss. At this moment, if Li Su was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was the white-faced beardless man who robbed and killed their master and apprentice 42 years ago. 42 years have passed, and the man is still white-faced and beardless. Time seems to have lost its effect, and has not left any trace on him. At this moment, he frowned slightly, and looked into the distance with deep eyes, which was the direction of Nangsan Gate. After a long while, the man closed his eyes, then opened them and said, "Come here." With a low shout, countless black figures appeared. All of them were good players, each with a huge body and amazing aura. From the first rate to the second rate, there are more than 150 people. Looking at the entire Central Plains martial arts world, I'm afraid that there will not be so many masters gathered. The white-faced beardless man raised his hand and waved, saying lightly, "Go, blow the drum, and notify the Imperial Army to enter the Imperial City." Yes. Looking at the person leaving, the white-faced beardless man slowly stood up, and the grand true energy came out majestically, as if it was endless. No need to dodge anymore. Asterisk 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 woo. In the Chugang Palace, the officials of the Song Dynasty, led by Zhao Zhu, were discussing the content of the Song Dynasty's reform in the morning court. But with the sudden sound of the shrill horn, everyone's face changed drastically. They were no strangers to this sound. This was the horn that summoned the Song Dynasty's Imperial Army to march into the city. How could it be? "Come here." The famous Prime Minister Wang Anshi shouted angrily. "Go and check what happened and who blew the horn." Chapter 75. 200,000 Imperial Guards enter the Imperial City. Woo. As the shrill horn sounded, the bustling Kaifeng prefecture was in chaos. The laughter and joy on the streets immediately disappeared. All the people lowered their heads, ran away with pale faces, and quickly returned home. Cap. With bursts of sound, Kaifeng opened the city gates. Chenzhou Gate, Dalao Gate, Dangshu Gate, Zinshan Gate, Zinkao Gate, Chenqiao Gate, Fengqiu Gate, Zinzao Gate, Guzi Gate, and Wansheng Gate opened one after another. Boom. 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 The dense footsteps like thunder began to resound throughout Kaifeng. It was the Imperial Army, the most elite troops of the Song Dynasty. They marched into the city and rushed towards the central Imperial City. Dang. 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 The heavy drums sounded. Ding. 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 The golden bell rang urgently. In the inner city, Changming Gate, Zhuge Gate, Baokang Gate, Jinshu Gate, Jinglan Gate, and Fengqiu Gate opened one after another. Boom. 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 This is the sound of footsteps. Crack. 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 This is the sound of armor. The army seemed to be a huge torrent, rushing towards the Imperial City one after another. This scene was undoubtedly a bit surprising. Although the Song Dynasty's Imperial Army was undoubtedly the strongest army of the Song Dynasty, their combat effectiveness was undoubtedly higher than that of the Wing Army, and they were all elite soldiers drawn from local troops. But it was obvious that, since the reign of Emperor Inzong of Song, Zhao Zhen, the combat effectiveness of this army began to decline without limit, and the number of people also decreased sharply. Some of them were paid for nothing, and some were even sent by officials to build houses and do hard labor, and their combat effectiveness was declining day by day. But I didn't expect that at this moment. It was already Emperor Zhezhen of Song, Zhao Zhu, who still maintained such an amazing momentum. The Japanese army, assemble. The Cheyenne Wu army, assemble. The Dragon Guard army, assemble. The Divine Guard army, assemble. 50,000 soldiers from each department, a total of 200,000, have assembled. Boom. The army moved in, and the Kaifeng Gate that was opened was quickly closed the next moment. All the troops began to move in different directions, covering the entire Kaifeng Imperial City. With the inner palace as a center, they surrounded it tightly and deployed their troops. Holding the Japanese army, prepare for battle. Cheyenne Wu army, prepare for battle. Langwei army, prepare for battle. Shenwei army, prepare for battle. Boom. With a loud shout, the Song Dynasty Imperial Army instantly dispersed and formed a military formation. At the same time, holding the Japanese army, draw your sword. Cheyenne Wu army, raise your shield. Langwei army, set up your gun. Shenwei army, prepare your bow and arrow. Clang. The sound of drawing swords. Boom. The sound of raising shields. Sure. The sound of setting up guns. Woo. The sound of bending bows and shooting arrows. Ready, ready, ready. One by one, the shouts were hoarse. The sound of horse hooves continued to resound. One by one, the heralds galloped on their horses and shouted again and again. The killing intent was wild. The fighting spirit was high. In Kaifeng City, the 200,000 strong army burst out with an extremely terrifying momentum. as if the heavens had sensed it. At this moment they could not help but blow up the wind, sending out bursts of shrill whistles. Looking at the assembled army and the formation, Zaozu and others who came out of the Chugang Hall, even though they knew that the troops in front of them were the imperial guards of the Song dynasty, even though they were clearly in the protection center of this army, could not help but turn pale at this moment. The high-flying flag and the extremely tragic atmosphere of the whole formation, everyone's eyes showed a look of doubt. Such an army, such combat power, how could they not know? Next, who will lead? Standing in front of the palace, looking at the assembled army under the stairs, taking a breath, Prime Minister Wang Anshi stood up and shouted. However, after a long time, there was no echo, as if he had not heard it. Faced with this scene, Zaozu, as an official, could not help but tighten his expression and clench his fists. Sure enough, it was so. Since becoming the emperor, although he has the power to control the world, he has a feeling, a very uncomfortable feeling. That is himself. Although he is the master, it seems that he is not the one who can really make the decision in this palace. It is not just Zaozu. In fact, all the emperors before him have this feeling. The one who can really make the decision in this Song dynasty is not himself. This is undoubtedly hard to believe. He is the emperor, the supreme ruler, but he feels that he is not the master of this palace. Although he suspected it earlier, he could not find the reason. Although he had many doubts, he could only suppress them secretly. However, at this moment, the gathering of the 200,000 Imperial Guards finally made Zaozu realize that it was not an illusion. The real master of the palace was not him. At the same time as the thought fell, a white-faced and beardless man walked out of the Chugang Hall. He was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, which was different from the royal family, but a black dragon robe as the main body. Bold. Seeing this scene, the officials of the Song dynasty were immediately furious. Prime Minister Wang Anshi stepped forward and was about to curse, but when he saw the other party's face, his eyes froze, and his pupils couldn't help shrinking. This face. But how is it possible? That person should have died long ago, more than 80 years ago. But his face and demeanor are exactly the same as the one in the portraits of emperors of all dynasties, except that he has no beard. How is this possible? Not only Wang Anshi, at this moment, all the court ministers showed a look of doubt on their faces. A person who has been dead for more than 80 years suddenly appeared, which is too shocking. What is even more shocking is that this person is the former emperor of the Song dynasty, and he still looks like a young man. Boom. 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 Footsteps sounded, and 4 soldiers in armor walked in, ignoring Zaozu and others, and walked straight to the black dragon robe man who shocked everyone, and knelt on one knee. Commander of the Japanese army. Commander of the Cheyenne Wu army. Commander of the Dragon Guard army. Commander of the Divine Guard army. Lead 200,000 Imperial Guards to see His Majesty. The white-faced and beardless man raised his hand and said, "Get up." Yes. The 4 stood up and retreated to the side with great respect. You are. Looking at this scene, although he was extremely confused, a minister couldn't help but ask, "Zenzong, how dare you?" The Japanese army leader shouted angrily, looking at the minister who spoke with murderous intent. "How can you use the posthumous title in front of your majesty? Okay." The white-faced beardless man waved his hand, glanced at the Song dynasty officials headed by Zaozu, and then smiled and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. The incident happened suddenly. Maybe you can't stand it? I will give you an explanation after this matter." After that, the white-faced beardless man walked out, past Zaozu and others, and stood in front of the highest step, looking at that man. At this moment, the ministers in the court looked at each other, with disbelief and incomprehension in their eyes. Not to mention that Emperor Zenzang, who died 80 years ago, suddenly appeared. According to his actual age, he is at least more than 130 years old now. Not to mention whether a person can live that long, but his current appearance is unbelievable. Too many questions. Why is Emperor Zenzang Zhaoheng still alive? Why did they suddenly gather the army at this moment? Rebellion? It was totally unreasonable. He was the emperor of the Song dynasty, and the 200,000 Imperial Guards were obviously following his command. Under such circumstances, there was no need to do such a thing. Who could resist with an order? At this moment, Wang Anshi took a breath. He also had countless questions, but he did not forget who he was loyal to. He walked to Zhao Zhu and stated his position. Feeling Wang Anshi's actions, he had clenched his fists tightly, especially when half of the ministers subconsciously left him a little. Although he didn't say anything, Zhao Zhu, who was extremely angry and frightened in his heart, took a breath. The mature young man quickly calmed down his emotions. At least there were people with him, which gave him a little comfort in his anxiety. Wang Anshi frowned and looked at the figure walking in front. There was a huge uneasiness in his heart. The sudden and high-profile appearance of this dead emperor itself represented too many things. After today, the Song dynasty might experience an unprecedented upheaval. Outside the palace, Zhao Heng came out and looked at the fluttering flags and the endless army, and a smile appeared on his face. It has been 90 years. Although there have been some accidents with such an army, as well as the secret guards and himself, he finally doesn't have to wander around day and night like he did after the Battle of Chanzhou 90 years ago. The world is finally back in his hands again. As long as the next trouble is solved, he can march to the Central Plains and destroy the martial arts world that has been a thorn in his throat for 90 years. 90 years, 90 years, I have been waiting for this day for too long, too long. My soldiers, are you ready? The sun-swallowing army is always ready to sacrifice for his majesty. The Cheyenne Wu army is always ready to sacrifice for his majesty. The Dragon Guard army is always ready to sacrifice for his majesty. The Divine Guard army is always ready to sacrifice for his majesty. Ha ha ha, good. With you here, no one in this world can stop my army. Boom. At this moment, there was a sudden earth-shattering sound. Zhuan Gate, Zhuan Gate. The first gate of the Great Song Dynasty Palace, Zhuan Gate, which had never been destroyed since the founding of the Great Song Dynasty for more than 100 years, was broken. The gate exploded, and in the astonished eyes of countless people, a figure slowly walked in, facing the palace and the 200,000 imperial guards of the Great Song Dynasty. Shaolin Zhuangkang, I come here today to seek justice for my master Xianming, my uncle Xianjian, Xianwen, and Xiangxing. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.